Good look at happenings over at Alki. Good looking day, a little cloudy, but very comfortable here in Seattle as we welcome you to Mariners baseball from Safeco Field. Dave Sims along with Mike Blowers and the Root Sports crew. Wrapping up this series with the Tribe, then the Yankees come in, followed by the Tampa Bay Rays. Jay Happ against Danny Salazar. Good pitching matchup today. Take a look at the Indians batting order that will face the veteran left-hander Jay Happ.
Leading off, it will be Jason Kipnis. Kipnis last night, 9-game hitting streak snapped, so hopefully the Mariners can hold him down for another day. First start for Carlos Santana, the DH, today in this series. So 4 games, just his first start here. Brantley, Rayburn, and Moss in the middle of the lineup. Then it's Gomes, Aviles, Bourne, and the speedy Ramirez rounding out the 9 for the Indians. For Jay Happ on the year, looking for his 4th win. 3.71 ERA and 53 1/3. 41 strikeouts, only 12 walks for Happ. That'll be a big key in this one today. Opponents hitting .255 against him. And our American Family Insurance defensive setup for the Mariners. Ackley in left, Jackson in center, Seth Smith out and right. Kyle Seager at third, Miller and Cano playing up the middle. It'll be Morrison at first base and Castillo getting the start behind the plate. Happ Tuesday against the Rays. He went 6 innings, 7 hits. Gave up 3 earned runs in that one. Threw 111 pitches.
You know, he didn't have his A game, but he was good enough to keep the Mariners in it.
No, I agree, and that's one of the things you look for from a veteran pitcher. The days that they just don't have it, can they hang in there and give you a chance? And Jay was able to do that in his last outing against the Rays down in Tampa.
Left the game with the score. Mariners down 3-2. There's a strike to Jason Kipnis, second leading hitter in the American League at 338 behind Prince Fielder, who's at 361. 63 degrees, wind out of the west at 5 as Kipnis fouls one back. And Kipnis and Nelson Cruz get 2 of the most potent offensive performers in the league right now. Kipnis, I mean, you look at the leaderboard, he and Cruz are top 5 in so many categories. Here's ground ball, easy play for Cano. And throughout the Indians, second baseman. And there's one down. Tough loss for the Mariners last night, 4-3. Just could not get over the hump. Left the bases loaded in the 7th, left the man on in the 8th. As you mentioned earlier, Cano hit a home run, and that was a great sign. And there's Felix at the end. We'll see him tomorrow when the Yankees come to town against former Mariner Michael Pineda. Here's Carlos Santana back from paternity leave as he and his wife welcome Savion Yasmin, little girl, on Thursday. Alan Porter, home plate umpire today. Mark Ripperger at first, Pat Hoberg at second, and Jeff Kellogg at third. Porter ran Lloyd McClendon out of a game against the Indians back in Goodyear during the spring. Lloyd wound up, I remember working that game with Aaron Goldsmith on radio, and we were communicating with Lloyd via the radio. We knew he was listening at Clubhouse. We gave him the business a few times.
I'm sure he liked that.
3-1 to Santana.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody wear their uniform the way Santana is.
Good call.
Yeah, I mean, Miller likes the socks, and he'll show his socks, but to have the pants above the knee, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Have you?
Wow. Somebody call Vogue. I mean, you got to go back to the White Sox, early 70s, Lamar Hoyt and that crew, when Bill Veeck, bless his heart, was still around, and he had them. Remember, they wore shorts.
They wore shorts.
But I've never seen that tuck job. Good call. Well, he jumps on that pitch. Jackson at the plate on a hop. So new Papa Carlos Santana with a base hit.
Well, he gets a high fastball. Pretty good fastball for Happ at 93. Typically, JOB 91, 92. But this is 93 miles an hour right at the top of the strike zone as you take a look at the swing in our Alaska Supermo of Santana. Able to get on top of it and drive it into the left center field gap for a base hit.
Sounds like Cano's giving it to Santana. Sounds like Felix ain't giving it to him about the pads. I know. I don't understand Spanish, but I guarantee they had the same thought you did.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
He's bringing him up a little bit higher now.
Michael Brantley, the hitter. And Cano's still on him.
Trendsetter. I'm not sure that one's going to fly around the league, though.
Swing and a miss. Popped out of play. Brantley 1 for 4 last night. Got a first inning single to right. Infield double play depth, 1-1 pitch. 2-1. Up against Cleveland, 2-0, 1.29 ERA in 3 previous games. 2 of them starts.
Poor Happ on the year. It's fastball. He'll be right around 65%. How many fastballs he will throw in the game. Also mixing a changeup and a curveball. Occasional slider. We have some left-handers in the lineup today. 4 lefties in the lineup, so we might see a slider a little bit more. Trying to work the ball away from the left-handed hitters.
7 on the arm patch. Memory of late great Al Rosen. Terrific years as a player with Cleveland and as front office man. Died early this year. High lazy pop. Ackley coming in, calling off Brad Miller. Makes the play, 2 down. So 2 outs, a man aboard. Ryan Rayburn will be the hitter. Rayburn 0 for 2 in last night's game. Strike 1, Ryan. Rayburn with a triple 9th inning Friday night. Mariners able to hold on and win that ball game 2-1. Drove going to run with that 3-bagger. One and 1. Rayburn, former Detroit Tiger. Wrist and knee ailments last year. Never at 100%. Ball, 2 strikes.
Good fastball right on the inside corner. Knapp is not afraid to pitch inside to the right-handed hitters. Last pitch, I think, was his 4-seam fastball. He'll use his cutter every now and then to try to get in on their hands.
2-2. Jay coming over from the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners saw him in that last week of last season. He threw a great game to beat the Mariners. Sun breaking through. Still no word on who's going to start Tuesday's game for the Mariners, with James Paxton on the DL with the finger injury. Two. Seth Smith towards the line. Easy play for him. And that'll do it for the Indians. They get the Santana base hit and strand him. No score as the Mariners come to bat. Jackson looking to build on his 3-game hitting streak. Is going to lead things off for the Mariners. Let's take a look at the rest of the lineup.
And following Austin Jackson, it will be Seth Smith. How about Robinson Cano? Sat out for a couple of days and then comes back and hits a 2-run homer in yesterday's ball game. DH Day Cruz will back cleanup. Then it is Seager. Castillo will hit 6th, giving Mike Zunino an afternoon off. Then it's Morrison. Miller, 13 of his 15 extra base hits here at home. Had a double in last night's game and scored a run. And then Ackley will round out the 9 for Salazar in the year. 5-1 record, a 3.65 ERA, 66 strikeouts and 49 in a third. That is a big number.
First pitch to Jackson, a strike.
For Salazar, his fastball will be anywhere from 95 to 98 miles an hour. Mix in a split. That's his strikeout pitch. Also use a slider and an occasional curveball.
So you look at the top 10 guys in strikeouts. Ernest saw Kluber and Archer. They're number 1 and 2. Felix is 3rd.
They're not going to have to face Felix too, are they? I mean, this is getting out of control.
It really is. Pineda tomorrow night. Salazar today. Saw Bauer a couple of days ago. My goodness, what a run. Not a hitter's paradise.
Well, it's a tough stretch for the Eyes.
And there's a strikeout number 1 for Salazar. That one held on to by Yan Gomes.
An easy 97 miles an hour. The American Family Insurance defensive setup for the Indians. Brantley in left, Bourne out in center field. Rayburn is in right. Aviles gets the start at third base. Ramirez and Kipnis playing at the middle. Brandon Moss, the former A, is at first, and Yan Gomes will do the catching.
Well, here's Seth Smith. At this moment, he is the best daytime hitter in baseball. 13 for 26 as the sun brightens things. Takes it right to Moss. Quick 2 outs. Here comes Robinson Cano to face Salazar. Let's see Robbie turn on that inside pitch last night.
That was a cut fastball. They tried to get it on his hands. The thing that I like is it was on the corner. Tough pitch to get to, elevate a little bit, but he was able to cut it off at the pass and hit it hard into the right field seats for a home run. Ended up with 2 hits last night.
First time he's seeing Salazar. You're right about the easy gas. Nice fluid motion.
95 miles an hour. I've already seen 97.
Beats him. There's the home run we were talking about from last night. 2-2 pitch. Deshaun Markham, first homer since 14th of April at Dodger Stadium. For Robbie, that was his first homer in 171 plate appearances. It tied his career longest drought. Salazar out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, 6 foot 195. 25 years old. Undrafted free agent signee of Cleveland back in 06. With the Tribe last year, 6 and 8, 20 starts. 1 complete game. The year before, in limited action in 10 starts, went 2 and 3. ERA last year, 4.25. With a nice stop, 1-2.
Good career against Cleveland. 336 batting average, 14 home runs.
Well, that one really got away. 2-2.
Couple of splits.
Leads the league in strikeouts per 9. Impressive. Well, he was ahead of Cano. Now the count is full. 3-2. Nelson Cruz on deck. Two outs and nobody on. 3-2 pitch to Cano. Broken bat ground ball. Aviles throw him out. Salazar cruises through the first. Good to have you with us here. Little Leaguers in the ballpark. Glad to see them as we go to the second inning. Here's a look at the matchup. Our CenturyLink What's Next Monday. That'll be Micah Pineda having an outstanding year. Felix, what a special privilege and pleasure it is we have, all of us, to watch him every 5 days. Looking forward to that. May want to grab some tickets right about now because it could be a good walk-up crowd tomorrow. Get those tickets. Brandon Moss will lead things off for the Tribe.
Mariners will have the shift on with Moss hitting. Brad Miller swung around to the right side of the infield. See Cano out on the outfield grass.
Back to the strike. It'll be Moss, Yan Gomes, and Mike Aviles. 5, 6, and 7 here in the second inning. Breaking ball, broken bat, single. Brandon Moss is aboard.
Pretty good hitting as you look at our Alaska Supermo. This is the slider off the plate away and right off the end of the bat. A good couple, 2 or 3 inches off the plate.
Final day of May, Mike. Where did it go?
Quickly, didn't it?
Man. Game 52. Yan Gomes, the hitter. Coming back from an injury. Gomes, slow start. Had a great year last year. Popped up. Castillo might have a play. He does. Well done. Boy, technically, he did that perfectly.
No, he really did. And I think the one thing that he realizes, and we say it all the time with the ball, especially one like that, it will start to work its way back towards the field of play. And initially, when it was in the air, it looked as if it was going to be in the stands, but he was able to stay with it. You have a day game, so probably not the easiest play for him.
One out, one on for third baseman Mike Aviles. Left fielders probably the ones that are going to be most affected. Here's the ball right up the middle. Double play opportunity. Taylor made. Try it done in the second. Coming up for the Mariners, the boomstick Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, and Wellington Castillo. To be Kyle Seager bobblehead night, courtesy of Root Sports. Collectible bobblehead commemorates Kyle's Gold Glove Award from last year, and it's free to the first 20,000 fans. For tickets, visit Mariners.com. Cruz, Seager, and Castillo here in the second inning against Danny Salazar. Chopper, here comes Kipnis. He was proper position. Throws out Cruz, out number one. Keeping it close, you bet. 35 games decided by 2 or less, most in the industry. My goodness. Home run in 9 consecutive games and struggling mightily with the bases juiced.
I was looking through some numbers today. How about the Indians? They're not much better, hitting 150 with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
A lot of close games though for the Mariners this year. What we saw last year too. But 50 games, 35 of them decided by 2 runs or less.
First pitch strike to Seager. He's seeing Salazar. The only starters who previously seen Salazar, Austin Jackson, and Nelson Cruz. Off speed pitch. Misses 1-1.
That was his curveball. The first inning, 2 Cano, we saw him spike a couple of split fingers and didn't have a very good feel for that. So far, his fastball is the one pitch he's been able to throw for strikes as Kyle will ground out to first.
2 outs with the fastball, with all the strikeouts. Starting to see some early swinging early in the count.
Just what we talked about, you were asking me about that. I think you have to get after his fastball, especially now early in the game, because he clearly doesn't have a real good feel for his off-speed pitches yet. Once he gets that locked in, that's when you're going to see the strikeouts come in bunches because of the velocity that he has. It's just so difficult. And I think the Mariners' approach is to try to get after his fastball early in the game. So far, just 1 strikeout, but the other 4 batters all grounding out.
Here's Castillo in his 5th game as a Mariner. strike one. Castillo coming over from the Cubs, where he had 163 in 24 games, 2 homers and 5 runs batted in. Line drive right at the left fielder Brantley. Quick inning for Salazar. No score here at Safeco Field. Brought to you by Volkswagen. Hurry in and get a deal during the Volkswagen Stop Dreaming, Start Driving event. And by BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. High above, right below actually, the Safeco Field sign. Out deep left center field. So we come to you from above the A at Safeco Field. Behind home plate, Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports Crew. There's Michael Bourne, lead things off, the center fielder, followed by Jose Ramirez, the shortstop, and then back to the top of the order, Jason Kipnis. Seager in on the grass after Bourne showed bunting at first pitch. Bourne 2 for 9 against Jay Happ. Two and one. Jay Happ, last 3 outings, all no decisions. His last victory, 9th of May against Oakland here, going 5 innings. Two. Houston trailing at home 6-0, top 9. White Sox batting. Texas and Boston 2-2 in the 5th. Oakland and the Yankees no score, bottom 2. Angels hosting Detroit, that's later tonight. 3-2. Easy play for Cano. One away. There's their speedy shortstop, Jose Ramirez. First game, that was what, Thursday night. Man, did he show some speed.
We were talking about it, and for Kyle Seager, he typically will play at the most even with the bag at third for guys that can bunt for base hits. But with Ramirez, we've seen him sneak in, as he's just doing right there, sneak in towards the grass a little bit more, just maybe a step or two. And it's because of the speed of Ramirez. You can see Kyle back now, but he'll slowly sneak in there.
Fouled off Ramirez on Thursday night, 2 for 4, scored twice. Scored on an error by Taylor in the 4th on a play that most guys aren't going to score on.
No, you're right.
was at third, beat the throw. One-two from Happ. Get down to Seager. See him straighten up and zip that baby over there.
And just gets him by a step and a half on a firm ground ball to him.
2 outs. Nelson Cruz leading in the designated hitter all-star voting, but he needs your help. Vote 35 times on the 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot at Mariners.com. Voting is exclusively online and available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Help select the starting lineups for the All-Star Game. Vote at Mariners.com. To the gap, Kipnis having a sensational start. And he's aboard with a 2-out double.
At the start of the game, we showed that he had snapped a 9-game hitting streak in last night's ball game, so he quickly starts another one. His 15th double on the season. He goes out to left center.
He's now tied for third in doubles. He's second in triples. As we mentioned, started the day second in batting average. Second in multi-hit games. Slugging percentage, he's 10th. He's having a fabulous year. Here's Carlos Santana. You were talking about walks earlier. He missed the last few games and still leads the league in walks with 37. Got a base hit to center field last time up. First time. A 3-1 pitch. Strike in the outside corner, 1-1. That hit by Kipnis, the third today. All right, Travis Castillo does a good job keeping the ball in front of him. 2-1. Checks the runner, 2-1 pitch. Comebacker. A solid inning by Jay Happ. 2 ground outs, a harmless double, and a comebacker. Not bad. Bottom of the third coming up. Be the bottom third of the Mariner order. Morrison, Miller, and Ackwood. May 31 of 1999. Mariners fastest team in big league history to reach 100 home runs. They did it in 50 games. Club also tied the big league record for most homers in any single month. That's a lot of balls flying out of the ballpark. That's some serious damage. That's an impressive list. Griffey, Bell, Russ Davis, Butch Husk, Edgar, Alex, John Mabry, Joey Buhner, and David Segui. A lot of guys in launch mode. All those games at that point of the season were at the Kingdom. And then he moved over to Safeco Field after the All-Star break. Bouncing ball to shortstop Ramirez. Throw out Morrison, one away. 7 up, 7 down for Salazar.
One strikeout, one fly ball out, 5 ground out so far against Salazar. And the downside to being aggressive early on the fastball, Dave, is if you're not doing some damage and picking up some hits, you're going to keep his pitch count down just 22 pitches as he works here in the third. And that'll give him the opportunity to get deep in the game. So you need to put some hits together and try to get him in the stretch.
Ball 1 to Brett. For 3 in last night's game. 1-0. This looks like a 25-year-old who's, as you like to say it, it's so accurately put, figured it out here. Fouled back.
I think that he has an exceptional arm, and I think he understands that. I think that's really amazing is when you see these guys, especially somebody like Salazar, a young pitcher that is able to throw 97 miles an hour. His command of the strike zone really doesn't walk batters. Continues to work ahead. 8 batters face, 7 first pitch strikes.
They're coming in 66 strikeouts, 49 in the third inning, 12 walks. Got 1 K today. 2-2 to Brad Miller. A lot off of that to record strikeout number 2. 2 down here in the third inning. That's 8 up and 8 down. And Mariner fans, your local Ford store hosting a peanut butter drive at Safeco Field on June 5th. Ford dealers in the Pacific Northwest are helping local community Ford food bank to make sure that no child goes hungry this summer. Fans attending the game on June 5th, they bring your unopened peanut butter donation to Safeco Field to contribute to the Ford Focus on Child Hunger campaign.
Another first pitch strike to Dustin Ackley.
Up and in, ball 1. Off the glove of Gomes, so Ackley's got a battle here, 1-2. One-two pitch. Ball 2. Ackley 1 for 3 in last night's ball game. A 7th inning RBI single to center. Two and 2.
His best fastball so far, 98 miles an hour.
Second time he's run a 3-2 count. First time it's against Cannone, got him to ground out. Three-two pitch. Walked it. First Mariner base runner. It's second time through. Austin Jackson come to the plate, struck out to open up the Mariners home first. Ackley doesn't run a lot, but it's just a good time to run him. Take a shot.
2 outs. Why not? If he gets thrown out, you'll have Jackson leading off, your leadoff hitter leading off next inning.
Decent lead by Oakland. Popped up. Kipnis for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left. Danny Salazar and Jay Happ dueling here at Safeco. Take a look at the Mariners calendar, brought to you by Sleep Country USA. Finishing with the Tribe today, Yankees for 3, Tampa Bay, and then we go to Cleveland. We'll see the Houston Ball Club, which trails at home. And then we'll see the San Francisco Giants, world champions. See them twice at their place, then they come here for 2. And we'll see Houston again. So we want to get something done against the Astros. June is the month to get it done. You got 6 games against the Astros. Michael Brantley. Slicing drive, left center field. Jackson had it all the way. 1 out. Yankees in Oakland, no score in the 3rd. Texas and Boston still tied, top 6 at 2-2. Houston game has gone final. White Sox win it 6-0 behind John Danks. It goes to 3-4. The loser, Roberto Hernandez, 2-4. On 1 to Ryan Rayburn. Flied out to right. Happ's ahead. 0-2. Happ. No strikeouts, no walks. Giving up 1 hit in each of the first 3 innings. Rayburn to be followed by Brandon Moss, the first baseman. One-two pitch. It's inside. You talked about that. Kind of like it's becoming a real badge of honor for Mariners starters.
Something that Jay was actually doing quite a bit of in spring training, and I think because of his changeup and his curveball, he has to pitch inside. That's a good fastball at the bottom of the strike zone.
Rayburn fouls it into the glove of Castillo. First strikeout for Happ. And there's 2 down here in the 4th. Stick around after the game. Mariners post game presented by Delta Airlines. 2 outs. The shift on for Brendan Moss. Got a base hit to left. Broken bat base hit. Airliner flying overhead here. Here's the 1-0. Moss bounced around Pittsburgh and Boston. Really established himself at Oakland before coming over here to Cleveland in one of those surprising Billy Beane trades. Boy, he traded so much power away. He and Cespedes, that was a great combo.
Donaldson,
man, those are 3 big time.
Derek Norris.
Norris won a game with a walk-off grand slam a couple of nights ago. And Norris did that after wearing the golden sombrero, came 4 times. Then it wins the game with a grand slam.
I'll give him a lot of credit for that, because when you're punching out at that kind of rate, having that sort of game, it's difficult to keep your confidence about you. So good time up, be able to hit a grand slam. That's pretty good.
1-2. Open stance for Moss. He wants to pull the ball. Pitch outside for ball 2-2-2. Two pitch.
Jay has a good fastball today. We've hit 93 a number of times.
Wasn't he off a couple of ticks last time?
Yeah. And for him, I give him a lot of credit. As you mentioned it at the start, his ability probably didn't feel great, but was able to work his way through 6 innings in the last outing.
Oh, look at that.
Beat the shift again.
Jeez. That squibber. My goodness.
2 for 2 day for Moss. Mariners with the shift on. He's gone the other way both times. The first one was off the end of the bat. I think this one jams him. And it does. Probably broke his bat again.
Well, really checked up. Look at that.
It's a good day. You have a couple broken bats and you're 2 for 2. You will take it.
Through the hole. Base hit, Yan Gomes. Here come the Tribe. 2 outs, 2 on.
For Jay, the Indians have been able to pick up a base hit in each of the first 4 innings. This is the first inning where they've had 2 hits. It's just a fastball, middle in, 91 miles an hour. It's down. Gomes able to get the barrel to it, hit it hard in the left field.
Here's Mike Aviles, bounced into a double play to end the 2nd inning. Strike 1 to Mike. 0 for 3 against Jay Happ. Happ's got him 0-2. Happ's victories this year against Houston here at home, at the Rangers, and here at home against Oakland. And 5 no decisions amongst his 9 starts. Foul back again. Comes the 0-2. up by Castillo again. 1-2. Old school mask on. From 0-2 to 2-2. 2 outs, 2 on here in the fourth. Flip side, Danny Salazar allowed 1 Mariner base runner, a 2-out walk into third, is not allowed a hit. Two pitch. Bounce run full. And runners will be on the move.
CJ walk off the back of the mound right there. He knows how important that last pitch was. He'd like to throw a strike 3 and 2. As you mentioned, Dave, the runner's on the move now. So the outfield is probably not much of an opportunity to throw a runner out if he gets a base hit right here, and Jay is certainly aware of that.
Big pitch, 3 and 2. Runners take off. Bouncing ball to Miller. Charges, scoop, throw, got him. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. Home fourth coming up. That'll be Seth Smith, Robinson Cano, and Nelson Cruz. Dads and the kids, you gotta love it as we take a look at our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings. Houston has lost today. Angels will tee it up later on. Rangers are tied with Boston. And the Athletics are likely up in a scoreless duel with the Yankees. And the Yankees come to town for the next 3 days. 2 night games and a day game. Bright sunshine here at Safeco Field. Glad you could join us. Seth Smith, Robinson Cano, and Nelson Cruz coming up. Smith first pitch swinging in his initial at-bat, and he grounded out the first. Salazar's not allowed a hit. He struck out 2, walked 1.
And he's only thrown 36 pitches to get through the first 3 innings.
Seth working on a 7-game hitting streak, looking to extend that. Another strike, 1 and 2. Shift on against Seth. Well, just a few seconds ago, the Sounders game against the New York Red Bulls getting underway. Nice job fighting off that pitch by Smith. Two-run homer on Friday night coming in the 6th inning. Proved to be the game winner for the Mariners in the 2-1 victory. Struck him out. 3rd K for Salazar. Take a look at the vibration of the bat here. Got right off the end. Woof. He's able to stay intact.
I've said that a number of times with a wood bat. On those cold days, you would much rather get jammed a little bit than hit it off the end of the bat. That vibration will cause some serious problems for your fingers, and you'll feel it for a few innings.
Long foul by Cano. Not much you can do. You just gotta. It has to just wear off. There's nothing you can. I mean,
there's nothing you can do.
You go to the trainer, says, "Hey, I can't help you, pal." Cano worked the count full, then grounded out to 3rd to end the 1st inning. 1-1. Salazar in his last outing, no decision against Texas. Outing before that, he beat the White Sox in Chicago, going 6 innings. You're right, still looking for a feeling to break him.
He just really he hasn't had it. You can see on that curveball, almost looks like it's slipping out of his hand.
Worked inside, Cano fouled it off. 2-2. Well, here we are at the benchmark, game number 50. Floyd McClendon confident that this guy is going to start on a little bit of a tear here. It'll take a lot of bit of a tear if he can help it. Count runs full. And they don't need him to hit a lot of home runs. Just get his batting average up near 300.
No, I think that's exactly right. Get on base a little bit more with what Cruz has been doing. Certainly would like to have more runners on, and I think that's one of the areas for the Mariners.
Ooh, he went chasing there.
Good running fastball.
Back-to-back Ks for Salazar, gives him 4 in the afternoon.
Take a look at this fastball as it runs off the outside corner away, 97 miles an hour.
That's an effective pitch. Two out, nobody on here in the 4th. Mariners still looking for the first hit. Cruz led off the 2nd. First pitch swinging, grounded out the 2nd. There's the first hit. Into the corner, extra bases for Mr. Cruz. Will be his 7th double. Cruz, 3rd leading hitter in the American League, starting today. A runner in scoring position for Kyle Seager.
Well, he gets an off-speed pitch at 88 miles an hour. You look at it, maybe the split change out in front of the plate.
Nice stroke. Mickey Callaway out to talk to Danny Salazar, has just yielded his first hit. Struck out 4, walked 1 so far.
I think this conversation is pretty simple. Do you want to just put Seager on? You have the right-handed hitting Castillo waiting on deck, or do you want to try to throw a few pitches off the plate to see if you can get Kyle to chase it? You mentioned he's a young pitcher, talented young pitcher. And just don't always trust them to pitch around a hitter. And I think sometimes you're better off if you really don't want Kyle to beat you right here, put him on.
If they do choose, let's see, Gomes hasn't sat down yet, and yeah, they're going to put him on.
They're going to put him on.
Yeah.
I think if you had a veteran pitcher, for example, Jay Happ going for the Mariners today, you can trust Jay to pitch around the hitter.
Right.
And I think for a young pitcher, just don't even put that kind of pressure on him right now.
Kyle's got the sensational numbers career against Cleveland. No sense messing around. Jerry Francona not going to mess around with Seager, who has a career .385 batting average against Cleveland. Second walk, first intentional. Let's see what Castillo can do. 2 out, 2 on. Lined out to left. First time. Looking for his 3rd hit as a Mariner. A base hit would be a big one. There's real sign of life for the Mariner offense here this afternoon. Ball 1. That's the outside corner. Castillo didn't like that. 1-1. One pitch. Way upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hitters count here. Good stuff. See how far he can hit a fastball here?
I think you have to look away right here. If he's going to throw him the fastball, probably try to throw it away. Have a hole on the right side of the infield he can use if he wants to. Kipnis, second baseman, cheating towards the middle of the field. Fastball away.
Popped it up. Playable. Moss, plenty of room. Mariners strand 2 in the 4th. Score remains 0-0. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. and by Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. Super Sunday to you all from Safeco Field here in Seattle. My English teacher would be proud to use as much alliteration as possible. Dave Sims, Mike Blowers with you. Root Sports crew. Pitchers, they're dealing today. Jay Happ and Danny Salazar. Here's Michael Bourne to lead it off.
Well, this looks like it's going to be another one of those games, Dave, where for the Mariners, just try to hang in there, and Happ's done a good job of that so far. He's given up at least one hit in each of the first 4 innings, but just keep it where it's at. Eventually, hopefully, you get Salazar out of the game because he looks like he's on top of it today with a really good fastball, topping out at 98, and then try to win it late. And you were talking about it earlier with the Mariners facing Archer and Kluber and Bauer. Mariners went 2 out of those 3 for that reason. Mariners starters did an excellent job of staying right there and matching them and then winning those games late.
Another thing that we've talked about, Lloyd has brought up a few times lately, clean games, baby, on defense.
Yeah,
been a lot better. Boy, there was a stretch there. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's a good pitch. Pitcher's pitch. Fool's Bourne strikes him out. Second K for Happ.
Now, early in the season in April, you and I, we looked at each other a few times. Who are these guys?
Honest to goodness.
They were so good defensively last year. We expected the same, but they look like they're rounding back into form. As you take a look at this last pitch, well off the plate away. That's a pretty good cutter. 92 miles an hour, getting Bourne to chase it.
He knew he was beating on that one. The Mariners start today tied for 4th in defense. Cleveland's 11th.
At one point, they were down at the bottom. They were 14th or 13th, somewhere in that range. So they've done a lot of, played really well lately.
Ramirez grounded out to Seager, first time. Jay's got a nice little rhythm going here, too. Just like Taiwan did a couple of nights ago. Get it, throw it, get it, throw it. Let's go. One pitch. Continues to work inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. So we're wrapping up the month of May. Maybe a few things you want to see for the month of June. That's a pretty good looking schedule, month of June, that starts tomorrow, too.
We've talked a little bit about it. I think that they're playing better defense, which is what you expected. Their pitching certainly has been good after struggling through the month of April. But the bullpen, after they've had to make some moves out there, those guys are on a nice roll right now. They're running. That's a real strength for this club. So you look at all those things. I think there's only one thing left to look at, and that's on the offensive side. And for the Mariners, they've hit the ball out of the ballpark, which has been good to see. I think they have to either increase their on-base percentage or do a better job hitting with runners in scoring position, Dave. And Lloyd's talked about scoring 4 runs a game. They're not quite there right now as we here at game number 50. So they need to get to that point. And one of those two things is when you either have to create more opportunities or you're going to have to hit for a higher average with those runners in scoring position. And you can take a look at the on-base percentage last year, same this year. Runners in scoring position, they are 20th from 9th of last year. Now, if you take what they did last year being 9th, along with the power that they've shown this year, now you have something where they can create some damage.
Yeah, you're talking about maybe leading a division. If you can reverse
I am. That's exactly what I'm talking about with the pitching that they have.
Man.
And then lastly, we're going to have to see how they're going to piece this together with Paxton and Iwakuma now both on the disabled list.
Lloyd did mention that Iwakuma would be making the next road trip, but still in terms of him getting back out there, it's going to be a while and an undetermined amount of time for Paxton. Big mystery who's going to be the 5 starter, who's going to start that game Tuesday against the Yankees.
We'll find out soon enough, and hopefully they have the answer for that. Keep this pitching moving in the right direction. The rest of the guys have really started to pitch well.
The other thing, too, I like, it's a resolute bunch. They know what they have. He says, this is going to work. I mean, not only does Lloyd say it, but all the players say the same thing as Castillo takes one off the mask. 2-2. CC Sabathia on Tuesday. TBA from the Mariners standpoint. Pineda and Hernandez. And how about Tanaka coming back against Taijuan Walker? Tanaka, boy, he's about 1 or 2 pitches away from just never know. It appears, the diagnoses that you read, he should have had Tommy John surgery. He should be out this year. Trying to let it heal. And he had a rehab assignment last week and got knocked around a little bit, but they're going to get him in a rotation this week.
I'm excited to see what Taijuan Walker is going to do after coming off just a brilliant performance.
That's a fair ball. Breaking ball got hung, and Kipnis rips it. Back-to-back doubles. He had one to left center field, and now down the line here. Kid can hit. He told me yesterday, hey man, it's nice when you're healthy.
This is a slow curveball, able to keep his hands back just long enough to hit it down the line and keep it fair. Just out of the reach of Logan Morrison, the first baseman. So far, the Indians 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position.
Here's Carlos Santana, 1 for 2. I'm told we're going to see another guy who wears his pants just like this. Hunter Pence. That ball gets through Castillo, and in safely is Kipnis.
That's a good call, Hunter Pence. He's been doing that for a number of years now. It'll be a pass ball.
Two outs, runner at third. 1-0 count to Santana. Breaking ball gets that outside corner for 1. First try runner. First for either team to get the third. Trying to hold Cleveland at bay here. 2-1 pitch. 3-1. Left-hand hitter Michael Brantley on deck. Three-1 pitch. And he walked it. Happ's first walk. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, celebrating 13 years. You can watch every out-of-market game live or on demand at True HD on over 400 devices. Real-time highlights, live looking, pitch tracking, and more. Every night, every device. Got blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. 2 out, 2 on for the Indians. Now Michael Brantley's fly to left, fly to center. And strike 1 to Brantley. Lefty's hitting .217 against Happ coming into today's game. Seager might have a play. Looks like it's hanging. He's staying with it. Used the railing, just missed. 0-2. Well, that could have been a huge out.
This goes up in the air. I thought maybe it would end up coming back to Kyle a little bit. He's aware. You can see him put his hand out where the railing is, and it's just going to be out of his reach. Just missed hitting the roof of the dugout.
So Happ's got Brantley 0-2. 2 out. Runners at first and third. Happ and Salazar have matched zeros to this point. Here's the 0-2. Reload. A great Sunday crowd here. Little League Day. Got to be easily 35,000, and you tell me 40, I'd buy that. Mariners 7th in attendance in the American League. Oh, 2 to Brantley. Santana breaks for second and will get there safely. Ball 1 to Brantley. A stolen base. Carlos Santana, his third. He's been caught just once. One-two pitch. Bouncing ball to Cano. Just what he wanted. Jay Happ doing a great job. Through 5. No score. Through 4.5, I should say. Through 4.5. No score here at Safeco Field.
Between the Mariners and the Indians. Hey, it's time for hashtag Where I Root. So many good reasons to come to the ballpark, including celebrating a 1-year anniversary. Stephanie Fox and husband here at the ballpark. Look at that little fella getting ready for his future big league career, cheering on his Mariners. Let's send it upstairs to Dave and Mike.
All right, John, thank you very much. We've got Logan Morrison leading things off. Bottom third of the order, Morrison, Miller, and Ackley. Tremendous pitching both sides. Jay Happ and Danny Salazar. Mariners have one hit, a 2-out double to left by Nelson Cruz in the 4th. 2 other base runners. Seager was intentionally walked last inning, and Ackley earned a walk back in the 3rd.
That's been 2 different styles of pitching. Salazar, as you mentioned, just the 1 hit. Jay, 6 hits through the first 5 innings, but he's been able to maneuver his way around the base runners, stay out of trouble.
Checking the scoreboard. Minnesota beat Toronto 6-5. Presley gets the win. He's 3-1. How about Glenn Perkins at save number 19? 19 for 19. Chop foul. And the Twins, they're 30-19. White Sox beat Houston 6-0. Tampa Bay will see them later on in the homestand. They win at Baltimore 9-5. There's a base hit. Logan Morrison gets the Mariners going here in the 5th.
And for Logan, extending a hitting streak. 8-game hitting streak for Logan. 98-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside corner as he serves it into left.
Cruz with the double. That's the farthest a Mariner base runner has gone here today. Brad bunts through, and Vilas charging from third. Harry Francona, third year as manager of the Indians. 2 World Championships under his belt. Bud McClendon looking for his first, his second year. Big league skipper after tenure in Pittsburgh. Vilas coming in from third. Miller doesn't show bunt, takes a ball. Brad's got 2 sacrifices so far this season. Ian Ackley tied for the team lead.
I think 2-0 count now. Let him hit.
Rio count. So let's see what gives here on a 3-1 pitch with Morrison at first. Mariners 13th in batting, 13th in runs, 14th in hits. Trying to get something going here. 3-1. And he takes ball 4. Couple of runners aboard. First 2 men here in the 5th. Third walk issued by Salazar.
Well, let's see if Dustin Ack can get a bunt down. Morrison, for a big man at second base, runs well. Miller can certainly run. I assume Dustin is going to bunt right here. Vilas, a third baseman, playing in right now, expecting the bunt. So was Moss at first.
Ackley hitting a .181. Got 2 sacrifices on the season. Well, the bunt is in order. Got it foul on the third base line. Trying to get a couple of runners in scoring position.
Take a look at Dustin. He's trying to bunt it firmly towards third base, make the third baseman come in and field the ball so that Morrison can walk into third.
Mariners are 8th in the American League in sacrifices. That's a good one. That is a beauty. And it gets away. Coming home is Morrison, and he's going to score standing up. 1-0 Mariners. Brad Miller to third. So base hit E5.
Take a look at it. Yeah, good bunt right here. I was surprised at Vilas that he didn't charge earlier. He kind of sat back a little bit, and that might have been the difference as he rushed this throw. A good throw. He's clearly going to be out. You see Kipnis, the second baseman, trying to stay on the base and pick it.
So the Mariners break through here in the 5th inning. Runners at the corners, nobody out with a run in. Here's Austin Jackson taking a strike. He struck out, popped out today. Base hit, fly ball gets you 1 more run for sure. Off and in. 1-1. Opportunity to build some more runs here for the Mariners. Nobody out. First and third. 1-0 Seattle. Good pitch. 1-2. Good speed out there, Miller and Ackley. Pitch up high, ball 2-2-2. Seth Smith on deck for the Mariners. 2-2 here to Jackson. That'll get the job done. Base hit, Austin Jackson. 2-0 Mariners. Ackley takes second. They build a nice inning. First 4 men have reached. Couple have scored. RBI for Jackson is fifth.
And with 2 strikes, Austin wants to let the ball travel, see if he can pick up a breaking ball. This time it's going to be a fastball. He's looking at our Alaska Supermo, but because he has to let it travel and make sure it jams him a little bit, able to fight it off into right field. So I think the late decision by Aviles at third really cost the Indians, and the Mariners are taking advantage of it. Still nobody out.
Extends Austin's hitting streak to 4 games. Brings up Seth Smith. Ground out the first and a strikeout so far. Strike 1.
Austin Adams getting loose. 75 pitches now.
Time called.
Salazar was in great shape with his pitch count.
It's gotten away from him here.
Yes.
One. Smith starting the day with baseball's best daytime batting average at .500. He's 0 for 2 today. He's got Ackley and Jackson. Outstanding speed on the base paths for the Mariners in this 2-0 lead. He's able to check his swing. Ball 2. Good pitch here for Smith. Jumps all over it. Down the line and it goes foul. Boy, did he sit on that baby. Woo, man. He was ready to rip.
95-mile-an-hour fastball above the belt. Not easy to get to, but he gets the barrel to it. Unfortunately, he was out in front of it just a little bit.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Out straight back.
Salazar elevating that fastball a little bit more. That was more towards the top of the strike zone there. There you can see it on our AQC tracer. 97 miles an hour.
The phrase hunting the fastball in play. 2-2.
That's a balk. He did not spin. That is a balk.
Everybody moves up. They've gotten a Salazar here. See if they can pour it on.
Take a look at it. A little inside move, but he never gets turned all the way around. If he spins all the way around, he's okay, but he doesn't even come close.
First balk of the season by Salazar, second by the Cleveland staff.
He needs to bring their infield in now.
Trevor Bauer, the other balk. Base hit means 2 here. 2-2 pitch. Full count. Robinson Cano's on deck, followed by Nelson Cruz. They put the shortstop on the right side for Smith. Infield up close. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. 2 runs in. Here we go. 3-2. Another long at bat by Seth Smith.
Salazar has thrown 24 pitches now in the inning and hasn't recorded an out.
This will be pitch number 8 to Seth. Mariners trying to blow it open here in the 5th. Salazar ready. 3-2 pitch. Struck him out. That is the 5th K for Salazar. He's 1 away in the 5th inning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. Chance for Cano to get something done here. He's 0 for 2, a ground out and a strikeout. Drives this one to left. That'll score Ackley for sure. Jackson going back to tag. Ackley cruises home. Sac fly Cano. 3-0 Mariners here in the 5th. Nicely done. 16th RBI for Robbie. And his second sacrifice of the season. And Robinson Cano likes the turn of the calendar here as we go into June. 285 in May, but then you look at June, July. This month, 255 and 6 hits in his last 19.
Well, that's a good sign for the Mariners. Get back to that 317 average.
I think Cruz can put an exclamation point in this 5th inning. Jackson at second, 3-0 Mariners. Strike one. Cruz 1 for 2, doubled down the left field line last time. One. On 1 pitch to Nelson Cruz. Outside. Austin Jackson. RBI single to right. Balk got him to second. Cruz, the 7th man to bat here in the 5th inning. The Mariners trying to keep it going with 2 outs and a runner at second. The 2-1 pitch. Up and in, gets off the glove of Gomes, and Jackson will easily get the 3rd. Wild pitch.
This is turning into an ugly inning for the Indians. As you take a look at this fastball, that is uncomfortable for Cruz. It's past Gomes. Seeing an error
Balk.
A balk.
Wild pitch. How far can you hit one? 3-1 pitch.
He tried to find out, didn't he?
Sure did. I like the way he thinks.
Take a look at the last swing. 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
2 outs, man at third, 3 runs in. 3-2 pitch here to Cruz. Hit hard, right center field. Wow, what a catch by Ryan Rayburn. Oh, man. Robbery. Great inning nonetheless for the Mariners. 3 runs, 3 hits, an error, and a man left. Mariners lead at 3-0. What a catch. Had extra bases written all over it. Ball hit an absolute ton, and a layup by Ryan Rayburn. That was going to score at least 1, and Cruz was going to get minimum a double, probably a triple. That's a great catch. I don't care who you root for, that is a wonderful catch. And as it so often happens in Major League Baseball and baseball in general, he makes a spectacular catch. Yes, he leads off this half inning. There's Ryan Rayburn. A nice round of applause when went back into the Indians dugout.
On the flip side of that, I can't tell you how badly Cruz wanted to see that ball in the gap. Not just to drive in a run, but after getting knocked down, he wanted to do some damage right there.
Jay Happ's goal, another 0 on the board after his boys gave him a 3 spot. Rayburn today, fly to right, struck out.
Jay still looking for his first clean inning. Faced the minimum in the second, but gave up a base hit to lead that inning off. Ended up getting a double play to get out of it. They've had runners on in every inning.
Back with the strike, 2-1. It'll be Rayburn, Brandon Moss, and Yan Gomes here in the top of the 6th. Mariners 7 batters to the plate in the 5th. 3 runs on 3 hits, a balk, a wild pitch, and an error. And they left 1. Inside, evens the count at 2-2. Long foul. Kudos to Ackley getting that bunt down.
It's a good bunt. quality bunt. Again, I was surprised with the Vilas as a third baseman. Basically, have to read the bunt, and if it's bunt firmly, and you don't think the pitcher can field it, then you have to come get it right away. And he hesitated, and that was the difference in it. Ended up rushing his throw and
as
opened up the inning for him.
As we've seen so many times, you don't want the pitcher handling that if you can help it. If you can help it.
If you can help it, right.
I mean, best case scenario, you want that guy coming in, like you said.
Well, the only thing is on that play, Rayburn puts a charge in
He
this
sure
one.
does. Look at this. Holy mackerel. 8 rows back. Home run, Ryan Rayburn. Thought that was a routine fly ball. Carries out. For Rayburn, his 3rd homer, 15th run batted in. It's the shutout.
7-pitch at bat, and that last pitch was right on the outside corner at 93 miles an hour, and Rayburn goes with it that way. And so tremendous catch, and then he hits the home run. Go figure.
I don't think he thought he got all of it either way he took off. Well, we saw a great catch yesterday. That got completely whiffed. Tribe on the board, 3-1 game. Another dangerous hitter in Brandon Moss. He's got 2 beat the shift base hits. 1 to left and 1 squibbed its way through the left side past the third base position. One.
100 pitches for Happ. So Tom Wilhelmsen getting loose.
Handcuffed Cano. So base hit. 3 for 3 day for Brandon Moss. The next Kings Court. It's tomorrow night. Mariners meet the New York Yankees in the series opener. Some tickets remain on the main level, and now the high court. Yes, sir, the high court is open for just $20. You get a ticket in the view level, a K-cloth, and a T-shirt. For Kings Court tickets to see Felix take on the Yankees, log on to Mariners.com/Felix. It should be, as it pretty much always is, a good weather night. Felix pitching at home, a great atmosphere. And with the Yankees in town, I need to pick it up a little bit more. Yankees right now trailing 2-0, top 7 at Oakland. And hitter Jean Gomes has fouled out to Castillo, the catcher, and singled to left.
And Lloyd McClendon, I think, just buying some time as he comes out of the dugout. Tom getting loose in the bullpen, and he goes to Tom.
Wilhelmsen 2/3 of an inning last night, 1 hit. Wilhelmsen, a favorite of Lloyd McClendon, particularly in these kinds of spots. So Jay leaves after 5 innings plus. He leaves with a 3-1 lead. for the Mariners. Good bunt by Ackley. Things work out real well for the Mariners. Base hit, an E5. Morrison scores the first run. And then there's Austin Jackson on a 2-2 pitch. Drops one in front of Rayburn. And then Cano, first pitch swinging, sacrifice fly, left field. And that'll score Ackley. 3 runs on 3 hits with an error by the Tribe and 1 man left. 32,112 on hand here. A lot of kids. Little League Day. Jay Happ done after 5+ innings. Leaves with the lead. Jay walking 1, striking out 2. Tom Wilhelmsen takes over. A run in on the Rayburn home run. Moss at first. There's Yan Gomes. Swing and a miss.
For Tom, his 10th appearance on the year, 1-0 record, a 1.59 ERA, 14 strikeouts and 11 1/3. Opponents hitting .250 against Tom. Good fastball in the mid-90s, 12-6 curveball.
Fist of Gomes, 0-2. The great thing about Tom, he might be able to give you this inning and next inning, and then you set it up for even the shorter stint guys.
He could definitely go a couple of innings for you.
Cano can't get it, just missed. Seth Smith coming up firing. Base hit for Gomes.
On a breaking ball, check swing, and it catches the barrel as you see Cano go up just out of his reach.
Three consecutive hits by the Indians brings up Mike Aviles. He's 0 for 2, bounced into a double play and grounded out to short. Nobody out. Run in, 2 on. Good bunt. Goes the third. Safe. Bases loaded.
We've seen it from Logan this year. He's been aggressive at first base, and it's the reason why you want to bunt the ball towards third. Aviles deciding to bunt it towards first, and Logan thought he had a chance to get the lead runner on the force out.
Now Tom in some hot water. 3-1 lead. Nobody out. Bases loaded. The hitter's going to be Michael Bourne. Or 0 for 2 against Wilhelmsen. Ball 1. Playing back, willing to give up a run. 1-0 pitch. That's a base hit. Brandon Moss scores. Gomes will be held at third. 3-2 ball game. Bases still loaded. RBI Bourne, his 14th.
Well, you can close the book on Happ. Couple of runs for Jay. Take a look at this last pitch, 96 miles an hour as he just serves it back up the middle.
Now a 1-run Mariner lead. Jose Ramirez switch hitting shortstop. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ball 1.
Charlie Furbush ready to go in the pen. Had Kipnis, leadoff hitter, left-handed hitter waiting on deck.
10 hits for the Tribe. Tom's behind 2-0. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Mariners, no errors. 2 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for Cleveland. Two-0 pitch. Ramirez is 6th man to the plate here in the 6th inning for Cleveland. Quick response, a rapid response by Cleveland after the Mariners get 3. As you look at Charlie Furbush heating up quickly. Mariners get 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. One pitch. Took a lot off at 88. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ramirez, 2 groundouts today, 0 for 2. Well, Humpson could use a strikeout. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball, Lomo to the bag. There's one, comes home, and there's the other out. Nicely done. Well done. Logan Morrison gets a high five from Cano. Beautiful.
Well, that is a great play all the way around. First, just field it. Gets an in-between hop. Take a look at it. Takes him right to the bag, but an in-between hop as it clears the cut of the grass. Almost kicks back on him a little bit, too. Fields it cleanly, able to keep on his feet.
That's impressive.
Boy, touches first. Castillo knowing at that point he has to put the tag on the runner, able to do that. That is quite a double play.
Nicely done at both ends. Alan Porter, the home plate umpire, in good position to make the right call. So Tom Wilhelmsen takes his lead. Charlie Furbush, they want him to get Kipnis, the number 2 hitter in the league, when we come back.
And we have someone we need to say happy birthday to, and that would be Aaron here at the ballpark with friends and family. Happy birthday, Aaron. And time for some baby talk, as in the baby you're about to see. That baby, that extremely cute baby. Oh, look at that Bambino. Speaking of the Bambino, the Yankees will be here tomorrow night. Back up to Dave and Mike.
All right, Tom, thank you. They trail 2-0 in Oakland right now. Mariners right now holding on to a 3-2 lead. Charlie Furbush takes over, 3rd Mariner pitcher today.
21st appearance, 1.5 ERA for Charlie. Opponents hitting just 119 against him. And for Charlie, you can see that he's really pitched well. You see his ERA there at the bottom. Scoreless inning in last night's game. How about stranded runners? 11 of 11. He has really been great this year for Lloyd McClendon out of the bullpen. Tough hitter he has to deal with now, though.
Kipnis has doubled his last 2 times up, 2 for 3. Kipnis 1 for 10 against Charlie. Kipnis in the 3rd inning doubled to left center. 5th inning doubled down the right field line. He put a big wrinkle in that. 1-1. Kipnis, the 7th man to the plate here in the 6th inning. Mariners sent 7 men to the plate in the 5th. One and two. Trying to keep this a 3-2 Mariner lead in the 6th. 2 outs and a 1-2 pitch to a very tough hitter, Jason Kipnis. Barely set. And now it backs off. Ryan Rayburn ended the bottom of the 5th with a spectacular robbing, diving catch off the bat of Cruz, and then led off the inning with a home run. Bourne drove in a run. And now the 1-2 here to Kipnis from Charlie. And on the ground, good hop. Brad Miller steadies and throws him out. Nice job to shut the door and keep it a Mariner lead as the Tribe scores 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, leave them in. It's 3-2 Seattle. Then Tuesday, Kyle Seager bobblehead night, courtesy of Root Sports. And Wednesday, special 12:40 start time. I love that Wednesday day game. Tickets to Mariners Yankees series, go to mariners.com. What a ball game here, 3-2. Mariners get 3 in the 5th. Indians answer right back. Point, counterpoint. Seager, Castillo, and Morrison here in the bottom of the 6th. Kyle today's grounded out, was intentionally walked. 2-0 from Salazar. Make it 3-0. Salazar today walked 3, struck out 5.
Now at 92 pitches, left-hander Nick Hagedorn getting loose in the pen for the Indians.
Strike 1 to Kyle. (3-1). Takes it for ball 4. Leadoff. Man is aboard here in the 6th. Intentional walk this season. That's a total now 4 walks against the 5 strikeouts. Castillo is lined out to left and fouled out to the first baseman Moss. Tribe this season having a hard time in their division. 17-10 against their divisional opponents. 2-2 against the East and 7-5 against the West. Hagedorn at the ready.
Nick pitched in last night's ball game. Had a good fastball. He's right around 95 miles an hour.
Got fooled.
And for Salazar, 96 pitches. Had to throw a lot of pitches in the last inning, and you have 3 left-handed hitters due up for the Mariners. So I would think this will probably be his last hitter. Morrison, Miller, Ackley all due up after Castillo.
Is that a plug? All right, we were talking about report cards earlier. Your report card on the American League to this point here is just about everybody's at game 50.
It's kind of been interesting, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at this division with Houston out in front of it. I'm sure that I don't think anybody had that one.
Fly ball, center, right center field. Bourne getting under, battling the sun. Seager draws a throw. Pick up on that as Terry comes out. He's going to make a pitching change with 1 out in the 6th, and the Mariners holding a 3-2 lead. He's going to bring in University of Washington product Nick Hagedorn. Mariners lead it 3-2. The best of his generation, Felix Hernandez. He'll take on Michael Pineda, CenturyLink. brings us what's next. Good pitching matchup. Former Mariner is having an outstanding start to his season. Look at the 67 Ks to just 5 walks for Pineda. Hagedorn takes over.
His 23rd appearance on the year, 19 strikeouts in the 18 innings that he has pitched. Already right at 4. Again, yesterday or last night's game, he's throwing anywhere from 94 to 96 miles an hour.
This is Logan Morrison, 1 for 2 today. Hitting streak now extended to 8 games. Morrison 0 for 3 against Nick.
We were talking about the American League, and you have Houston at the top of the West. I'm sure that nobody picked them to be in the position that they're in 50 games into it. The Rangers have surprised me a little bit.
They've
right
made a
at
run.
500. Yeah, with all the injuries that they had to their pitching, I was surprised that they've played as well as they have. Then you get to the Central, and you have to look right at Minnesota.
Straight up, you can hear pitcher directing Gomes, who stays with it. Out number 2.
Well, Minnesota will be interesting to watch. I think a lot of teams pick Cleveland. Cleveland 3 games under 500 at the start of this one today. I think at the East, that division just bunched together.
Yeah, nobody's been able to run away. They don't have the pitching they usually have over in that division.
No. I think, if I look in the East, it's probably Toronto. 5 games under 500. That's a bit surprising. You get a pinch hitter. Ricky Weeks going to pinch hit.
Pinch hit for Brad Miller. Here's a look at the American League Central. Boy, the Twins, good for them. They were here in April, took 2 out of 3. They hadn't really at that point started to hit. And look at that now. Torrey Hunter and company. Glenn Perkins, 19 for 19 and saves. Impressive. Brad Miller, day is done after strikeout, a walk, and a run scored. Time granted. Did a good job pinch hitting. Strike 1 to Ricky. Pinch hit in last night's game in the 8th inning and struck out on a 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball down to Aviles. Throws out Weeks. Mariners are done in the 6th. Good news. Still lead 3-2. about Lomo with this play? A 3-3-2 double play. That was huge. Then a great play by Castillo to get down. He gave Gomes a chance to score. Gets a tag in before Yan can touch the plate. Well done. And then Kipnis. Nice play by Brad Miller to take his time to throw him out. So the Mariners defense up to 4th in the American League entering today's action. Tom Wilhelmsen appreciates that. He went 2/3 of an inning, giving up 2 hits. Chris Taylor takes over at shortstop for the Mariners. And Charlie Furbush continues. His first batter is Carlos Santana. He's a switch hitter. There's Chris. And he will bat in the 8-hole. And the ball finds him immediately. 1 out. One down here in the 7th. This Tuesday night, we're celebrating Kyle Seager's Gold Glove Award with his own bobblehead night. It's courtesy of Root Sports. There's 20,000 fans receive one of the best bobbleheads yet. The Mariners take on the New York Yankees during their only visit to Safeco this season. For tickets, all you have to do is go to Mariners.com. Michael Brantley 0 for 3 this afternoon. Mariners trying to salvage a split in this series and get back to 500. Ball to Brantley. They didn't like that call. He's 1 for 9 against Charlie. Another breaking ball. It's going to be tough.
Nobody's going to be there.
No, sir. Charlie got caught between. He thought he had a chance to get the ball. If it goes to the bag, he might have been in good shape with Lomo coming in.
Right. And Logan wasn't sure that he was going to get to it, so he decided to go field it also. I think if Logan thought he had an easy play, he would just go to first. You can see him trying to direct traffic right there as Logan was telling Charlie to get over to first base, but by then it's just too late. Brantley runs well. That'll be an infield hit. And that'll bring out Lloyd McClendon. Carson Smith getting loose in the pen.
Well, Charlie can at least move his hips a little bit, change direction a couple times. I'll give him that.
That wasn't too bad.
Man, oh man. You know, Charlie will have a cute line about it. I can guarantee that. Mariners lead here in the 7th, 3-2.
This time around, Dwayne is at the game for little bro Sam's birthday. His first time at Safeco Field. Happy 16th birthday, Sam. Here's one that's going to tug at your heart. Josh saying, "Go Mariners," from the leukemia floor at UW Medical Center with his wife. We want to wish you both the absolute best. I think I can speak for all Mariners fans. Get well soon. And here we go to put the wraps on this go-round all the way from Italy. Look at that. Where's the pasta? They're watching the Mariners from Europe. Great stuff. Let's send it back upstairs to Dave and Mike.
Thank you, Tom. Carson Smith takes over for the Mariners, their fourth pitcher today.
23rd appearance. Sparkling ERA for him. 24 strikeouts in 21 innings. Walked only 5 batters this year. Opponents hitting just 127 against Carson. Good fastball in the mid-90s and a hard slider.
Pitch hitter David Murphy. Strike one. Murphy's done well pinch hitting. Pinch hit in the 6th last night, an RBI single to right. Carson Smith ahead 0-2. Big pitch here. Brantley at first. Finds a hole, base hit. Brantley, the motor to third. Seth Smith hits the cutoff man. Back-to-back days. David Murphy coming up with a key pinch hit.
Carson was able to get ahead of him with a couple of fastballs, but then he comes back with the breaking ball at 88. And it is down in the zone. Murphy out in front of it, but he finds a hole on the right side of the infield. That was actually his changeup.
Dangerous hitter here in Brandon Moss. Twice beat the shift and also single to right. He's 3 for 3. Strike one. Out foul. Cano really taking a hole away from Moss on the right side.
You mentioned it, normally they would have the shift on. You can see Taylor playing up the middle.
Best friend right now, double play ground ball. Strikeout's not too shabby either. 2 down. Try a real triple play. ST Express buses. Link light rail and Sounder trains. Weigh your options at soundtransit.org. But coming out again. Jan Gomes, a right-hand hitter.
I think he just wants to go over the scouting report. Let Carson and Castillo both know how he wants them to pitch to Gomes.
Gomes this afternoon is fouled out to the catcher. Single to left, single to right.
Long conversation.
John Gomes, the hitter. 2 outs. Runners at first and third for the Tribe. Mariners holding a 3-2 lead. Ball 1. Big 7th inning spot here for Carson Smith. Checking a 1-run lead. Pitch. In there for strike 1-1. Three runs on 4 hits for the Mariners. 2 runs, 12 hits and an error for Cleveland. Broken bat looper. Chris Taylor's right there. Gets out of it. Well done. Keep it right here as we celebrate the US of A with God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you now to please rise and join us in honoring our great country with the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome Tess Altaveros.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Consider how a Washington's lottery win would change your bucket list. Play today. Good to have you with us this Sunday afternoon. Mariners enjoying a long homestand. Yankees and Tampa Bay still to come. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports Crew with you. 63 degrees here. It's gorgeous as David Murphy takes over in right field for the Tribe. Mariners holding on to a 3-2 lead, trying to salvage a split in this series and get back to 500. Yankees have lost 3-0 at Oakland. Now Terry Francona coming out to make a pitching change.
Giano was going to hit for Ackley, so going to get his right-hander out of the bullpen. Looks like it's Ryan Webb.
Ryan Webb's going to take over for Cleveland. We'll step aside. 3-2 Mariners here in the home seventh. Are you the ultimate Northwest fan in the state of Oregon? Well, you have until midnight to send us a photo and story using hashtag UltimateNWFan or by email with a chance to win a VIP trip for two to Seattle in October, personalized jersey, and more. For official rules, visit rootsports.com. The Cleveland Indians, as we come to you above the A in Safeco Field. A new pitcher, Ryan Webb.
For Webb, just his 11th appearance, but he's pitched well at 1.26 ERA. Almost hitting 128. He's given up one home run on the year.
Ruggiero pinch hitting here for Ackley, leading off the seventh. There's Ruggiano's pinch hitting numbers. Ruggiero, Jackson, and Smith 9-1-2 here for the Mariners in the seventh. Breaking ball for strike. Interesting days. Danny Salazar tired the first 8 men that he faced. Breezed his way through 3. Got into the 4th. Gave up a double and intentional walk. Got out of it. Then Mariners got to him in the 5th. Morrison led off with a base hit to left. There was a walk. There was a base hit on a bunt by Ackley and an E5, scored a run. Jackson came up with an RBI and then a sac fly for Cano. And then Cruz just crushed one right center field. A layout catch by Ryan Rayburn took away extra base hits and extra bases and made one of the finer catches we've seen this year. And that was right after, I think, the pitch before. Salazar had buzzed Cruz and made him get out of the way. Buzzed that tower.
And the Indians certainly helped the Mariners out in the 5th inning when they scored the 3 runs. There was also a balk, wild pitch, all kinds of things going on there. The Mariners so far just 4 hits in the game. Cleveland has 12 hits.
Ruggiero keys on a 2-2 pitch, 1 down. Indians have left a runner on base after every inning except the second as we check out what's coming up tomorrow. A lot of excitement tomorrow with the Yankees in town. They just lost 3-0 at Oakland. And CenturyLink brings you what's next, a terrific pitching matchup. The King, Felix Hernandez, going against one of his one-time proteges, Michael Pineda. He's having a fine fine start for the Yankees. Austin Jackson, RBI single to right back in the 5th on a 2-2 pitch, extended his hitting streak to 4 games. 1-1. Bourne outruns it. And there are now 2 outs. Let's take a look at our lows. Never stop improving. Take you back top of the 7th. Carson Smith on. 3rd man out of the bullpen for the Mariners. So he gets Brandon Moss. And then gets this little humpback liner off the bat of Yan Gomes to Chris Taylor. That ends the threat.
Strikeout was big. 1st and 3rd with just 1 out for the Indians, and he was able to get the strikeout of Moss.
Indians stranded 9 runners this afternoon. All one to Seth Smith. Grounded out to first and struck out twice.
They've had runners in scoring position in the last 5 innings.
Amazing. Off his foot. Checks up, Seth digging, and got him. Wow, what a play by Aviles and by Moss.
How did Moss keep his foot on the base?
Honest to goodness. Seth taking a look at Mark Rippiger, asking pretty much the same question. How the heck did that happen? And he's reaching for it. Ball's there, and he's out.
He did. Yeah.
That's a nice play. A 1-3-5. And make that a 1-5-3. 1-5-3 on that put out. That'll do it for the Mariners in the 7th. Two lead, top 8. And pinch hitter Lonnie Chisenhall is going to pick up Mike Aviles. He'll start things off for the Indians here in the 8th inning against Carson Smith. Chisenhall, 211 hitter, slow start, 4 homers and 19 runs batted in. Reggiano takes over and left. down 2 strikes to Chisenhall.
Enjoying the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. Pineda and Felix going at it. Just the great numbers for Felix so far. But one of the other luxuries that you have as a manager, having Felix go for you, is you can afford to leave Carson Smith out there to pitch a couple of innings because of the job that Felix has done this year, pitching deep into games. And most of the time Lloyd is careful with that, especially with Carson. But
did that last week.
Yeah, with Felix going tomorrow, you expect him to get deep into the ball game. So he's just going ahead and use him to try to win this ball game today. I'm sure Mariners still have the lead. Rodney will pitch in the 9th, but typically for Carson, he usually just pitches the 8th inning, but had to come in the 7th.
Gave up a base hit, got a strikeout and a soft liner.
Speaking of soft liners.
Yep. Just enough. Show you what happened earlier in the Boston-Texas game. Boston is up a couple of runs. Up a run here. Josh Hamilton, 2 outs. Couple of men aboard. Look at that 3-2 Boston. And look at what he does. Gaps one. And he's had one heck of a return. And here comes the winning run. It's Fielder. Earthquake. Rangers win it 4-3. Boy, Hamilton 2 days ago hit a couple of home runs.
Yeah.
As we remember when he was going poorly, soft stuff is you don't want to throw him anything hard.
And out of the strike zone, he was chasing a lot.
Now, Beltre is out for a couple of weeks. He's got, I believe it was a wrist. We'll double check that in a second. But he's out for a couple of weeks, injured today. And the Rangers making a move here.
See that a lot. So many times here it'll square around the bunt. If the pitcher throws a ball, we'll take it off and give him a chance to swing at a fastball, which is what happened, but Bourne was late on the fastball by Smith. Kyle Seager playing in on the grass at third, expecting a bunt right here.
And hit by Chisenhall, the 13th of the afternoon for the Indians. For strike 1 and 2 to Bourne.
Good fastball on the inside corner.
Beltre injury we referred to, sprained thumb, out at least 2 weeks. Nobody out. Runner on. Mariners nursing a 1-run lead. 2-2. On deck hitter Jose Ramirez, switch hitting shortstop, was 0 for 3. Mariners got 3 runs in the 5th. Tribe added 2 in the top of the 6th. Nobody out, infield, double play depth. Smith ready with the 2-2.
Wow, just missed the outside corner.
Oof.
His best fastball so far at 96 miles an hour.
Big pitch here, 3-2. Through the whole base hit. Chisenhall digging for third. He'll get there. Carson Smith's given up a couple of base hits. He's given up 3 since entering the ball game.
Now again, another fastball. This one in the middle of the plate as he chops it through the hole on the right side of the infield. And Lloyd McClendon making another trip out to the mound. As you take a look at this swing by Bourne. Joe Beimel just getting up, starting to get loose. Ramirez, a switch hitter, due up. Then you have Kipnis, the left-handed hitting leadoff hitter for the Indians. So Beimel probably getting loose for Kipnis.
Listening to Seager. Set things up. Set his piece. And now Ramirez. Runners at the corners. Nobody out. Indians 1 for 8 runners in scoring position, leaving 10 men on. Mariners 2 for 5. They've left 5 men aboard.
This is 6 innings in a row where they've had a runner in scoring position.
Boy, that's tempting the odds way too much. First pitch to Ramirez. Blunt took it with them. Foul.
Not surprised to see that. Ramirez can fly. He had good speed with Bourne at first, and Chisenhall runs well. There's a lot of options for the Indians in this situation.
Ready with the 0-1. Called strike 2. Jay Happ went 5+ for the Mariners. Wilhelmsen went 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, no runs. Furbush 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, and no runs. Swing and a miss.
He's made some big pitches when he's needed to so far.
That he has. That's his second strikeout.
Goes with the off-speed pitch. It's down out of the strike zone. Gets him to chase it. And now Lloyd McClendon back out of the dugout. He will go get Joe Beimel to pitch to Kipnis.
Kipnis today has been dangerous. A couple of doubles. He's 2 for 4. And Kipnis 0 for 3. Against Joe Beimel. Another pitching change here at Safeco Field. Runners at the corners for the Indians and 1 out. Back with more right after this. the 5th inning. Dustin Ackley gets down a really good bunt.
Aviles hesitates a little bit, the third baseman, and he throws it in the dirt. Kipnis, the second baseman, covering, wasn't able to pick it up, and Logan Morrison will score on the play.
So I got the Mariners aboard, and then Austin Jackson, 2-strike hitting. Lobs one into right center field. That picks up another run. Mariners have a 2-0 lead, and at first pitch swinging, Robbie Cano. Left field, sacrifice fly. Make it 3-0. Mariners feeling real good about themselves. Through 5, but then in the 6th, after the Mariners hit 7 men to the plate, Tribe said, we can do that. 3-2 pitch, got a lot of carry there. Rayburn, I don't think he thought it was going at, and it went about 8 rows out.
He hits it out after making a great catch out in right center field to rob Cruz of an RBI.
There's base hit by Bourne. That scores a run. And that's where we are right now. And there's Kipnis. Man, oh man, runner scored 8 out of 12 times. It's impressive. There's one down here. Joe Beimel takes over for the Mariners with an atom ball right at Cano for 2.
Well, and this is the reason why I think this is a good move. You have the lefty on lefty, but more importantly, you have Bourne at first base who can really run. He is the go-ahead run. And with Beimel on the mound, he'll be able to keep him close to first. 12th appearance for Joe. 2.53 ERA, 7 strikeouts, 10 2/3. Opponent sitting just 189 against him.
Fouled off. Beimel pitched a scoreless inning last night, walked 1. Yesterday he was back after missing a day. With his son's graduation, high school graduation in Southern California. Pitched in Thursday's game, pitched 2 1/3, 2 hits, 1 run, no walks, and a strikeout.
Up hitter Kipnis came into the game hitting .338, already a couple of doubles for him. Mark Lowe getting loose in the pen for the Mariners. Switch hitter Santana on deck.
One pitch. Beimel's move was so good. Bourne was taking a step back. He didn't have much of a lead, and he was on his way back to first. Looking at that move of Joe Beimel.
And that's such a big advantage for the Mariners. Again, Bourne over at first to go ahead run. You want to keep him there.
Oakland, Texas, and Houston have all won in the American League West so far today. Angels play tonight. 0-2 to Kipnis. Correction, I said this 3 times already. It was the White Sox. They beat Houston, big partners. Texas is one. Fireworks going off across the street. Sounders in action. Should be winding down about now. Sounders win on a goal in the 92nd minute, 2-1. High fly ball. That's plenty to score the tying run. As Ruggiero gets it back in. Bourne to second. And we got a 3-3 ball game. RBI for Kipnis is 25th. And for Kipnis, his 3rd sacrifice fly, tying for the team lead.
It's fastball, top of the strike zone. It's a deep enough, not much of a chance to throw the runner out the plate. I think he'd rather see Justin fire that ball back into second base with Bourne tagging it first. Now he gets into scoring position.
Brand new ball game. Carlos Santana missed first 3 games of this series. His wife giving birth on Thursday to a little baby girl. Today he is 1 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. 1-0 pitch to Santana. Time granted by home plate umpire Alan Porter.
Brian Shaw, right-hander, getting loose in the Indians bullpen.
Two outs and Bourne with plus speed at second. 1-1. Hits for the Tribe today. Mariners have been playing rope-a-dope all day. Been able to keep them from scoring again until now here in the 8th. There's your runners left on base story. Joe behind 3-1. Michael Brantley's on deck.
And they're going to put him on.
Self-forced to every base. Tough hitter in Brantley. 1 for 2 against Beimel. Brantley got an infield hit his last time up. He's 1 for 4.
Tough left-handed hitter, though. Against left-handed pitching this year, hitting .333. Oof.
Bounces it to Cano. Tribe ties it up with a run on 2 hits. Who are the Mariners sending up in the 8th?
Number 22, Robinson. Cano. Number 23, Nelson Cruz. Number 15, Kyle Seager.
And you can bid on items like this during the Mariners Root Sports Tele-Auction. All proceeds benefit Mariners Care. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 8th here at Safeco Field. Ryan Shaw takes over.
24th appearance, ERA right at 3, 13 strikeouts, 6 walks in 15 innings. Points hitting .270. He has given up 3 home runs this year, and he will get the middle of the order. Cano, Cruz, and Seager due up.
Ryan pitched in Friday night's Mariner 2-1 win. Third of an inning, walked 2. 3, 4, 5. Cano, Cruz, Seager. Cano rounded out the third, struck out, and delivered a sacrifice fly. Strike 1 to Shaw. And boy, he walked. He didn't like that one at all.
EQC tracer. You can see that ball down out of the strike zone.
Cano facing off against Shaw first time. Outside for ball 1.
Nando Rodney starting to get loose in the Mariner pen.
To right field, backing up Murphy's right there.
He just needs to get some air under it.
Yep. Oh, this is showing some signs. It's starting to come back.
Yeah, he was still upset with Alan Porter, the home plate umpire, after the ball was caught. He was not happy about it at all. Take a look, gets a pitch, off-speed pitch in the middle of the plate, catches it out in front, lines it right to the right fielder.
Out for Cruz, 1 for 3 today. Started this afternoon as the third leading hitter in the league. Breaking ball, misses. Rounded out to second, doubled to the left field corner, and then Rayburn took extra bases away from him in the 5th. A bullet to the gap that Rayburn did a Superman leap and made the catch. Just missed that one too, right? You as a former power hitter, right? You see that, you're like, oh man.
Elevated, mid-lid, right there. He put a good swing on it, fell it straight back.
You can feel for him, right?
I just wanted to see how far he could hit it.
Yeah. 1-1. On 2 strikes. That's going to happen before this summer's over. He's getting one. I agree with you and Valley and a whole bunch of other guys. He's leaving this yard completely at some point during a game, not just BP. Two balls, 2 strikes. 3-3 game. Mariners 3 runs in the 5th. Tribe comes right back top of the 6th with 2 and add another in the 8th. Sacrifice fly by Jason Kipnis. 2-2 pitch. Full count. He's got to throw him a strike. Kyle Seager's on deck. Payoff pitch here to Nelly. Struck him out. Slider got him. 2 down.
And he took a lot off of just 80 miles an hour. Curveball. Pretty good one.
Man, nice bite.
Yeah. Down. Right on the outside corner. Kyle Seager looking for his 10th home run on the year. Good time for it.
Mr. Rodney warming up. Kyle today ground out the first, intentionally walked, and then walked in a 3-1 pitch. Fernando. 1-1. Top 9 Indians will have 4, 5, and 6. Murphy, Moss, and Gomes. The Mariners have had 2 innings where they got their hits. They got 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 1 in the 4th, and 3 in the 5th. That's it. Seager strikes out. Brian Shaw throws a very strong 8th inning. 3-3 game as we head to the 9th.
Tied at 3 as we head to the 9th. Fernando Rodney on the mound now for the Mariners. Coming up on Mariners Post Game, presented by Delta Airlines. We'll hear from the skipper Lloyd McClendon. Jen will be in the clubhouse getting player reaction. And we'll preview tomorrow's Game 1 between the Mariners and the Yankees. Pretty intriguing pitching matchup tomorrow night. With more on that, here's Dave and Mike.
All right, thank you, Tom. It's a beauty for sure. CenturyLink, what's next? Michael Pineda up to a great start. He goes up against the King, 8-1. Phillies with a 1.91 ERA. And as you know, he has been magnificent this season. 3rd in ERA starting today, leads the league in wins. And now Fernando Rodney takes over here in the 9th.
Obviously, it's not a save opportunity, but 14 saves on the year for Fernando. This will be his 22nd appearance. 19 strikeouts and 20 in a third. 10 walks. Want to stay away from the walks. Opponent's hitting .305 against Rodney.
David Murphy will be his first hitter. Murphy's 3 for 8 against Fernando. Big gap between Jackson and Smith. Center fielder and the right fielder.
That's a success. 3 for 8 against Rodney.
Yes, sir. Be careful. Came on in the 7th inning. Delivered a pinch hit. Pinch hit RBI in last night's game. Into 2-0. Murphy, Moss, and Gomes here in the 9th.
This situation is one of the things about Murphy, and I know you've appreciated it too, seeing him over the years, Dave, is one, he typically will put the ball in play, and it's tough to defend him because he'll go line to line on you.
Yeah, he's a good hitter. Way upstairs, 3-1. On deck hitter Brandon Moss, who's dangerous. Back to the strike count at 3-2.
Murphy didn't like it. And on the EQC tracer, you can see that pitch out of the zone. Alan Porter, I guess, calling it both ways. Saw Cano and Seager both unhappy with a couple of fastballs that were down.
3-2. Knocks it down. Throws him out. 1 out.
Fastball, and he hits it right back to Fernando. You can see he typically will fall away from the mound. Was able to get his glove on it.
Brings up Brandon Moss. 2 for 6 against Fernando. Hit hard. Another rocket off the bat of Brandon Moss. He's got to get into scoring position. His 4th hit today. 3 singles, a double, a run scored. My goodness. 4 for 5.
First pitch fastball, 95 miles an hour, middle in.
11th double for Moss. Boy, did he hit that hard.
The Indians this afternoon 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And they have continued to put pressure on the Mariners pitching.
Cleveland 7th in batting, 5th in runs, 8th in hits.
And it is now 7 innings in a row where they've been able to put a runner in scoring position. 7 innings in a row. So the Mariners pitching has had to pitch around a lot of trouble.
Got 1 out here, runner at second. Yan Gomes, he's got 2 hits today. It's 2 for 4.
Or the Mariners, they have Lowe and Leone left in the bullpen. That's it. Mike Zunino, Willie Bloomquist available on the bench.
And behind 2-0. To a pitch. Back to the strike. Missed. Count goes to 3-1. And already 3-1 pitch. Lost it. Does set up the double play.
Austin with the changeup off the plate away.
1 out. Runners at first and second for Lenny Chisenhall.
Chisenhall had a pinch hit base hit in the 8th inning. He ended up scoring the tying run.
Early 2001-12, holding your breath right now. 2 on, 1 out in a 3-3 game, top 9. 0-1 Lonnie. Cody Allen warming up their closer. High fly ball, short right field. Smith under it. Honors a hold. It's cut off, man, and they're 2 down. And that'll bring up Michael Bourne. Bourne today, ground out, strikeout, RBI single, and a single to right, 2 for 4. There are his career numbers against Mr. Rodney. One. Maynard trying to pitch himself out of a jam here, top of the ninth. Give the Mariners a chance to win it in the home ninth with Castillo, Logan Morrison, and Chris Taylor.
Good changeup.
1-1. There's 1 and 2 here to Bourne. Comebacker, double to right, a walk, a fly out to right. Now trying to put the finishing touches on this here in the ninth. One-two pitch. Looper coming in. That's going to be Chris. Make that Austin Jackson. Make the play, and Fernando survives. Coming up for the Mariners, Wellington Castillo, Logan Morrison, Chris Taylor. Chance to win it here in the ninth. Coming up 3-3. Mariners have withstood so many runs by the Indians have scored. Indians have left 13 men on.
Well, 15 hits to score just the 3 runs for them, and they are 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position this afternoon. So although the Mariners had a lot of runners out there, they've done a good job of pitching out of trouble for the most part. Castillo, Morrison, and Taylor due up.
Reminiscent of an Ali rope-a-dope. Castillo today is 0 for 3 and lined out to left, fouled out to the first baseman and fly to center field. He did not like that at all. 0-2 hole. Ryan Shaw is still on the mound for the Indians. He pitched a 1-2-3-8. Like the Kipnis.
If the Mariners don't score, it looks like it'll be Mark Lowe. Mark getting loose in the pen again. He's been up a couple of times in the game. Maybe Logan can get into one. Morrison 1 for 3 this afternoon and scored a run.
Base hit in the 5th extended his hitting streak to 8 games. Straightaway and deep is how they play him. Guarding the line at first is Moss. And strike 1 to Logan. There's the deployment. One. And there's 3 runs in the 5th. Tried 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th. Only 2 strikes. Shaw here, he comes with the 1-2 pitch.
And back-to-back fastballs up out of the strike zone. Trying to find the ladder on Logan.
Do it again at 1 and 2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chris Taylor's on deck for the Mariners. Two and 2 to Lomo. And that go count has run full.
Take a look at this check swing by Logan.
Close.
That could be strong. He swings a big bat. He's going to have to be strong to be able to stop it like that.
3-2 pitch to Lomo. And hard, but right to Kipnis. 2 down.
He gets a fastball. It's in the middle of the plate. Line drive right at the second baseman.
Breaking ball misses, ball 1. Taylor at 161, a home, no homers, and 1 RBI. And McClendon wanted to protect him against some of these top-notch strikeout pitchers the Mariners have seen recently. Red Miller started at shortstop. Taylor took over in the 7th. 1-1 the count. All 2 strikes.
They had a good fastball to hit right there. 92 miles an hour. You can see on the EQC tracer right down the middle. Elevate a little bit, maybe just above the belt. Late swing.
Two and two. Another full count. Two outs and nobody on. Bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 game. 3-2 pitch to Chris Taylor. Go reset. Taylor against Brian Shaw, third man out of the pen today for the Indians. 3-2 pitch. Straw came out. Extra frames coming up in a 3-3 ball game this Sunday afternoon here at Safeco Field. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. 10th inning coming up. Safeco Field. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports crew. Indians are 0-2 in extra innings. The Mariners are 4-3. Mariners have played the most extra inning games this year in the American League. Jay Happ started a long time ago.
I thought he pitched well today. They've gone 5+ innings, a couple of runs. Did a really good job of pitching out of some trouble. The Indians getting base hits all day long. He get 15 hits on the day for Happ. He ended up giving up 8 hits. But when he needed to make a quality pitch, he was able to do it and let his defense help him out.
A lot of good work this afternoon. Caught Bourne in between there. Strikeout in the 5th. He gave way to Tamworth Homestead.
And when he left the game, he had the lead. He was up 3-2 when he was out of the game. 5 innings. 8 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned. Walked 1 batter, a couple strikeouts. He threw 101 pitches, 61 of those for strikes. And Mark Lowe will take over his 12th appearance on the year. 0.82 ERA for Mark. 10 strikeouts in 11 innings. Opponents hitting 184. Good fastball. He'll be in the mid-90s with his fastball and a hard slider.
Pitched a scoreless 8th last night, a 1-2-3 8th against the Indians. Cleveland won that game last night 4-3. Mariners 4-3 in extra innings, most extra inning games in the American League so far this season. Mark will get 9-1-2. Jose Ramirez, Jason Kipnis, and Carlos Santana. Ramirez, great speed, and he looks at strike 1. Wow, way off the plate. quickly in front 0-2. Struck him out. 3 pitches. Castillo holds on. 1 away in the 10th.
Yeah, Mark just stayed away from him. Couple of pitches. Called for strikes on the outside corner, and this one a good fastball running away from him at 95 miles an hour. Really good movement.
Keep an eye on Castillo's glove. Rippled through that thing. And that's what it looks like at 900 frames a second. Top of the order, Jason Kipnis. Sacrifice fly last time up. Tied the ball game in the 8th. He's got 2 doubles earlier in the ball game. Mark feeling good. Comes back with a strike there, 1-1. Fouled off. Joe pitched in Thursday. Mark pitched in Thursday's game. 2 scoreless innings. Really been solid. Ball and 2 strikes. That's a lot of trouble. Catch a break, it goes foul.
Already the 8th extra inning game for the Mariners this year. The most in the American League.
Mariners outfield of Ruggiero, Jackson, and Smith with Seager, Taylor, Cano, and Morrison on the infield, and Castillo behind the plate. Go farther along, the shadows have become a factor. Two and two. Morrison's there with feed low, gets there in plenty of time. Good operation, 2 outs.
Marcusson to hit it off the end of the bat. Just a 1-hopper to Logan. Fairly easy play, and then Logan taking his time, making sure that Mark gets to first base in good shape. Makes the play a little bit easier on his pitcher.
2 away here in the 10th inning. Carlos Santana, switch hitter.
1 for 3 with a couple of walks in this one.
Strike 1 for Mark. 2 outs in the 10th. Santana, a really good power hitter, got the shift on against him. One. Big rip. Ball and 2 strikes.
Well located fastball, 95 on the outside corner and down.
Dangerous hitter Santana with 6 home runs. Second on the club behind Moss in that category. Moss with 8. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Seth Smith on the case. He lost it.
Yeah.
He lost it. Well, he had it all the way and then dropped in front. That's a tough break.
It'll be a base hit. Take a look. Seth sees it off the bat. He starts to come in on it. He has his glasses on, trying to shade it with his glove. Just never saw it.
I hope that's not a door opener here, boy. 2 outs and a good hitter in Brantley coming up, and he's over. I think that 1 for 5. Thought he had it.
Well, he did everything that he could do.
Tough break. Now you got to deal with Brantley. Tough break as it adds to the pitch count for Mr. Lowe.
Not a lot of pitchers left. Just Leon left in the bullpen.
To Taylor. There you go. Only 2 extra pitches. We'll take that. For the Mariners, bottom of the 10th, Justin Ruggiano, Austin Jackson, and Seth Smith.
Insurance and the Mariners invite you to do more with a Grand Slam family package. Get 4 tickets, hot dogs, and Pepsi soft drinks for one low price this Thursday when the Mariners host the Rays. Visit Mariners.com to pick up family package tickets today. We send it upstairs to Dave and Mike.
Thank you, Tom. Bottom of the 10th inning here for the Mariners. Playing in their 8th extra inning game this season, most in the American League. They're 4-3. Cleveland at 0-2. Mariners still are scoring in the 5th inning. Here's Cody Allen.
For Allen on the year, 11 saves for the Indians closer. This will be his 23rd appearance. In 21 and a third, he has 31 strikeouts. He has walked 13 batters, a little wild at times.
Ruggiero came in as a pinch hitter in the 7th and struck out on a 2-2 pitch. It's hit ball 1. Boss will take a look. It might come back to him, or doesn't. Ruggiero had a tweak in his hamstring. Worked it out. He's good to go. Has been for the last few days. Ball and 2 strikes. Giving new meaning to sit back and set a spell. Check him out.
Pretty good breaking ball in the outside corner. A little slider, 88 miles an hour. Back to the top of the lineup. Jackson going to step in. Austin 1 for 4 this afternoon.
Extended his hitting streak, did Mr. Jackson, to 4 games with the 5th inning RBI single to right. Jackson 2 for 10 against Cody Allen. A long way, but foul. One. 2 balls, 1 strike.
About Arizona and Milwaukee. They're in the 17th inning.
Hello. Was that the game we did against the White Sox? What's that, 3 years ago now, where Seager hit the grand slam to tie it and still lost it in like the 16th?
Right.
Still can't wait till we see hockey again. His ball game's tied. Didn't say anything for almost a minute. It was hacked off.
But Seager hit it out to tie it.
It's one of the most unlikely grand slams I've ever seen. 2-2 here to Jackson. And again, those shadows starting to creep, Mike.
It's going to be difficult for the hitters. Well, probably another 15 minutes or so.
Three and 2. That's a fair ball. Chisenhall throws it across. That's a big league play.
And good hustle by Jackson trying to beat it out.
2 outs.
We'll take another look at it.
First base umpire Mark Ripperger. 2 away, brings up Seth Smith. Started the day as the best daytime hitter in the big leagues, 13 for 26. He's 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. If you can get a base hit, it will extend his hitting streak to 8 games.
It was 2 for 4 against Cody Allen.
Seth. That might be the one. That might be the one. Oh no!
He dropped it.
He dropped it. Murphy had it in his glove and couldn't hold on. Need a little more lift.
Jammed him just enough. Just enough.
Double.
Got a pretty good fastball at 96, right on the inside corner. We'll take a look at the swing, see if it gets close to the label.
Hitting streak lives at 8.
You see Murphy going up, thought he had it. Hits right on the heel of his glove. Not able to hang on to it, and that'll be a double. That'll give Robinson Cano a chance to drive in a run.
Murphy thought for sure he had it right in the heel.
You know, 0 for 3. He does have an RBI, though. A sacrifice fly in the 6th inning.
Lined out hard. Last time up in the 8th. Lined out to right. Opportunity to get a split in this series. Get the Mariners back to 500. Ball 1. You know, looking for his first hit against Cody Allen. He's 0 for 5. Terrific crowd, 32,112. Many still here. Most of them still here. 1-0 to Cano. Chopper. Back to Allen. Underhand flip. We continue to the 11th. Smith gave it a good try. Murphy had it in his glove and dropped it. Gave the Mariners some hope. 3-3 ball game. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, Seth Smith gave us a thrill there for a couple of seconds, Michael.
Yeah, he really did.
Jeez. A little more lift. And we've been out of here.
It's amazing. Just fractions
right
on the barrel makes all the difference in hitting that ball out of the ballpark.
Mark Lowe, second inning of work for him. And he's got David Murphy, Brandon Moss, and Yan Gomes. In the 10th, Lowe struck out Ramirez, got a ground out to first, gave up a base hit, got Brantley to line out in the inning. Last thing you want to do is free pass.
Zach McAllister getting loose. Especially with Moss waiting on deck. He's having an afternoon.
Mark Lowe, member of the Tribe last year, 7 games, 0-1, a 3.86 ERA at 7 innings of work. Second tour of duty with the Mariners. Lost it. Here's your Delta Airlines keep climbing standings updated to the moment. Astros lost today, Angels later tonight, Rangers won, and the Athletics took out the Yankees. Some race in the West. Brandon Moss murdered today. 4 hits. Keep him in the yard here. Strike one. Beat the shift. Broken bat base hit to left in the 2nd. Squibber base hit left side in the 4th. Hard base hit to right in the 6th. Strikeout in the 7th and a double to the right field corner in the 9th. Two. Good series. Low ahead of him, 0-2. Struck him out. Big strikeout, too. 1 down in the 11th.
3 quality pitches from our couple of breaking balls on the outside corner, and then he elevates a fastball, keeping the ball away from him right on the outside corner, 95 miles an hour. As you look at our Alaska Supermo and the swing by Moss as he swings under that fastball at 95.
Here's Yan Gomes, the catcher. Got a couple of hits today. 2 for 4 with a walk. Game 4 of an 11-game homestand for the Mariners. Yankees for 3 and Tampa Bay for 4. Next Sunday we leave for Cleveland. Brazilian-born Yan Gomes out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Steps off once Castillo. Quick conference. Below the 6th pitcher. Lloyd McClendon bullpen today after starter Jay Happ went 5+, 8 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a walk, and a couple strikeouts.
And again, Dominic Leone, the only one left in the pen.
play opportunity. There's one, and there's two. Chance for the Mariners to win it. Coming up in the home 11th will be Cruz, Seager, and Castillo.
Link, your link to what's next. By Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. And by Washington's Lottery. How'd your bucket list change if you won Washington's Lottery? Play today. On to the bottom of the 11th with David Mike.
Thank you, Tom. Beautiful day here in Seattle. Look at that. 16 hits for the Tribe, and the Mariners been able to keep their finger in the dike.
Well, now they have an opportunity. We said it, 16 hits. Mariners with just 5 hits, but they scored 3 runs on the 5 hits. A little bit of help from the Indians' defense today. Zach McAllister going to take over his 20th appearance on the year, 3.49 ERA, 34 strikeouts and 28 in the third. Opponents are hitting .303 against him. He's given up a couple of home runs.
Well, Nelly Cruz 3 for 6 against Big Zach. Cruz today, ground out, double, robbed of an extra base hit in the 5th and a strikeout in the 8th. First pitch. Outside at 96. Two and 0. Cruz, Seager, and Castillo here in the 11th. Two and 1. That's some swing. Three balls, 1 strike. The American League home run leader, Nelson Cruz.
McAllister's throwing hard. That last fastball at 97 miles an hour.
Cruz starting the day tied for the RBI lead with Donaldson and Fielder at 38. Just in, final in 17. Milwaukee outlast Arizona 7-6. Maldonado with a game-winning home run. 3-1. McAllister, but his footwork wasn't real good there in a couple pitches. Stumbled. The game-winning run is at first base. Seager against McAllister. Seen him a lot. 7 out of 16. 0 for 2, 2 walks today. Throwing hard, but not sharp. Ball 1.
6 pitches, just 1 strike.
To Kyle.
Another fastball. It's elevated on the outside corner. Got some run to it. Kyle fouls it back.
Lights on here at Safeco Field. 1-1 pitch. Popped up. Gomes taking a look. No play.
And another fastball. Just right at the top of the strike zone. Kyle almost doesn't get to it. He had the barrel out front both times.
Kyle's got a 1-2 count with Cruz, the winning run at first. Going out of play. Oh, for crying out loud. Clearly his greatest fantasy. Hey, Cologne got a double today in the Met game. Make sure you check out that highlight later. 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, Felix times gets a little upset with Lloyd. He won't let him take batting practice. I don't blame Lloyd at all. I don't want him anywhere near swinging a bat.
Got Cano's helmet on. Look at. Yeah, he's got the elbow guard. Boy, he wants to just be authentic, doesn't he?
I like the shin guard.
Yeah, right. 1-2 to Seager. Popped up and playable. Coming on Murphy. Kipnis backing out. Kipnis is there. On the way to bring up catcher Remington Castillo. He is 0 for 4. Line out to left, fouled out the first, flat out the center, grounded out the second.
Rich Donnelly, third base coach, having a conversation with Castillo. And Castillo was on deck. He walked back over to the dugout and was having a fairly long conversation with Lloyd. Base hit to right and let Logan Morrison, who's waiting on deck, win it for you.
Ball 1, Castillo, 2 home runs with the Cubs before coming over here. Runner goes. Swung on and fouled back. Castillo in his big league career, 6 years, has got 29 homers and 112 runs batted in. His best year. Last year he had 13 homers and 46 runs batted in. Long look by McAllister. Comes set. 1-1 to Castillo. No play for Moss. 4 hours and 1 minute into this game. 4 hours and 1 minute. And a 1-2 count here to Castillo. Cruz at first with one down. It's by Gomes, so Cruz to second base. A wild pitch.
Just spiked a slider, threw it well out in front of the plate over in the other batter's box. Well, no chance for Gomes.
Philly's one of the most vocal teammates and enthusiastic teammates you ever want to see.
He is always into it.
He goes tomorrow against the Yankees. Michael Pineda. Start of a 3-game series. Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday afternoon. Cruz got good speed. Castillo's got a 2-2 count. Move the runner up. Runner at third with 2 down.
We'll probably put Morrison on. You have Taylor hitting behind him.
Gomes looking into Terry Francona. Now Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, coming out.
I think they'll just put him on. Go back to the righty-righty matchup.
Chris Taylor entered the game in the 7th. He's only at bat to this point in the 9th. Struck out on a 3-2 pitch to end that inning. As for Lomo, extended his hitting streak to 8 games. 1 for 4. Lined out to second baseman Jason Kipnis in the 9th. Game-winning run at third base with 2 down. They're going to put him on.
Willie Bloomquist come out. Willie Bloomquist going to hit for Taylor. That will just leave Mike Zunino left on the bench.
Chance for the veteran Willie Bloomquist to come up real big here for the Mariners. Willie's biggest at bat so far this season.
Well, hopefully he'll get a fastball middle away and hit the ball into right field. That's what Willie likes to do, hit the ball the other way. See what he's done in his career as a pinch hitter. 12 RBIs for Willie.
Murphy, much straight away, not deep. Bourne, not too deep in center, shading towards right center. Moss off the bag at first. Run that counts Cruz at third. Swing and a miss by Willie. Morrison takes second. Indifference.
Take a look at it. As a pinch hitter, I'll try to get a swing on a fastball early in the count if you can, just to get loose, try to find some timing, and Willie was doing that. Unfortunately, that fastball was out of the strike zone.
Takes Bourne back a few steps and played perfectly, and that'll do it. We continue on to the 12th inning. Mariners live a couple. 3-3 game. Top of the 12th inning, and Dominic Leone takes over for the Mariners. The bullpen is now empty. Mike Rojas and Jason Phillips, the only guys down there, and they're not eligible.
No, you're right. Well, maybe.
Get that transaction.
Get it going right now.
Real quick.
Ninth appearance for Dominic. The ERA over 5. 8 1/3. That's all. Just 8 1/3 for him. 4 strikeouts, 6 walks. Bonus hitting .242.
If Bloomquist stay on in the game, he'll play shortstop. There's Willie. So Leone faced the bottom third of the order here in inning number 12. Lonnie Chisenhall entered as a pinch hitter back in the 8th, singled to left and scored the tying run. Since then, he's flied out to right. Down the line. Ooh, nice catch. His glove just a little bit quicker. Dominic, a stalwart in the bullpen last year, and then had some struggles, had a lot of struggles in spring training. Had the ball was up a lot on him and got knocked around.
Tough time locating his breaking ball, too.
Mariner infield now: Seager, Bloomquist, Cano, and Morrison, with Ruggiano, Jackson, and Smith in the outfield. Castillo doing yeoman work behind the plate. Three and one. Adams heating up.
Austin Adams was up earlier in the ball game.
They've got, let's see, they got Zabchinski still out there along with Adams. That's it.
That's it.
Not the start they were looking for. Leadoff man's aboard with a walk. Let's see what Bourne does. He's got 3 sacrifices to his credit so far this season. He's got 2 hits today.
Kyle in on the grass at third.
Time granted. Sager in on the grass a few steps. Bourne does not show bunt and takes ball 1. Leone has a hard time finding the zone.
Well, Bourne, pretty good punter, and I think right now with Dominic walking the leadoff hitter, they're going to make him throw a strike. So far 6 pitches and has only thrown 1 strike. Because it looked to me as if Bourne was taking that pitch all the way. Rick Waite's pitching coach looking on.
One-0 pitch. Here's a strike.
Okay, now the game is back on. See what happens.
I hear you.
We want him to bunt here. Have to be aware of a hit and run. If he lays it down, you want to make sure you get him out. Two and one.
Checking down with Mike Sarbaugh, third base coach, and the Alomar Jr. coaches in first. Two and two. Up high, full count.
We'll see if Chisenhall runs it first, trying to stay out of the double play. Ramirez waiting on deck.
I'm thinking he's on his way.
I think so.
Three-two pitch. Runner doesn't go. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's a big one.
Off speed pitch down out of the strike zone, gets him to chase it. A bit surprised after Dominic threw the strike that they didn't have Bourne bunting.
I hear you. Ramirez, one out, one on. Strike one to Jose. Stop himself, so 0-2.
Yeah, for Dominic, struggling to throw his fastball for strikes, gone to his breaking ball.
This game has gone so long that the Angels in Detroit Sunday night baseball game is underway. Top of the second, no score. Oh, and 2 here to Ramirez. 3-3 game, top of the 12th.
Good fastball.
1-2. Mariner pitcher today. 6 for Cleveland. Oh, off in the glove of Loma. Fair ball. Chisenhall. They dinked him. He's going to third, and he'll get there. He slid in hard at third. He didn't know what was happening. Then he got popped up. He was able to get to third. Danger zone here in the 12th.
Well, it's another off-speed pitch, and it's down out of the strike zone. Ramirez out in front of this pitch, pulls it right down the line. It's a curveball. Logan coming off with the pitch, having to reach back for the backhanded play, and it goes right off of his glove. Umpire called it fair right away.
Whoa.
Put Kipnis on. They can get Santana to hit it on the ground. They can certainly go ahead and turn the double play.
Absolutely.
The Indians this afternoon 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
Cleveland, number 2 and bouncing into double plays. They were number 1 yesterday. Texas has surpassed them. And wow, that's 2 in the intentional walk. 2 wild ones. Castillo doing a heck of a job.
And Lloyd McClendon going to make a visit.
Santana with the bases loaded this season, 1 for 6 with 4 runs knocked in. So Lloyd's going to have his say here with the bases loaded in a tie ball game. Top 12 here at Safeco Field.
Definitely a season high for Lloyd making trips to the mound.
Getting his mileage in.
Yeah. Been out there a number of times.
Santana just back from a little paternity leave. His wife giving birth to Savion Yasmin Santana on Thursday. Carlos DHing this afternoon. Chisenhall at third, Ramirez at second, Kipnis at first, 1 out. Swing.
Corners playing in middle. Infielders playing back for the double play.
Mariners have turned 3 double plays today. Oh, 1. Michael Brantley's on deck. One pitch. And there for strike 2.
Good fastball right at the bottom of the strike zone, trying to keep the ball on the ground if he hits it.
Inning started with a walk to Chisenhall. Orange struck out. Ramirez doubled off the first baseman's glove. Intentional walk to Kipnis. Now 1-2 to Santana. Pitch. Popped it up infield. Seager, 2 down. Infield fly always in effect. And there are now 2 outs. Still not out of the woods. You got Michael Brantley coming up. Boy, oh boy. This game's been a cliffhanger for the Mariners all day.
I was just thinking the good news is Dominic has been able to find a good breaking ball because he was having a tough time locating his fastball. Bad news is he's thrown 25 pitches in the inning. And there aren't any other relievers left.
Ball 1. Brantley 1 for 7. 2 runs batted in with the bases filled this season. Pitch. Good job by Castillo. Wearing that number 35 and that left leg extended, bringing back memories of Manny Sanguillen. Great Pirate teams in the 1970s. Two and 0. Whoa, 3-0 off the glove. Not good.
And really not very close. Well up out of the strike zone. Brantley will be taking this pitch.
Yes, he will. 3-0 count, bases loaded, 2 outs in a tie ball game. Top 12 pitch. Yanks walked him in. RBI Brantley, his 30th.
Third walk of the inning.
They're scoring on a plate. Chisenhall. Everybody else moves up. David Murphy. Strike one. Four, 3 Tribe. That's hit well. That'll play 2 more runs. Everybody else safe. Ramirez scored, so did Kipnis. Murph coming up. Big 2-run single.
We'll take a look at it. An off-speed pitch again in the middle of the plate. Murphy hits it hard into right field. The Indians now 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Brantley made his way to third. It's now a 6-3 Indian lead. Right to the bag. Disgusted Lomo touches it up, and that'll do it. 3 runs for the Tribe, and wow, Lomo can't believe it. Ball looked fair.
I thought it looked fair.
I didn't think it was close.
Unless it hit Moss at the plate. If it hit his foot or something first.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a look at it. Can't see anything there.
It went for it. Ball starts. Missed him, goes foul, comes back.
Didn't appear that it hit him at all. No, it didn't hit him.
Close,
No.
not close.
See the way he just kind of stumbled a little bit?
Bag.
They get it? Okay, there you go.
So Moss is retired. Boy, the Mariners have some work to do. They're down 3. They need 3 to tie, 4 to win. Bottom 12. A 3 unassisted off the bat of Moss.
I don't think he's going to win the argument, but he's going to let him hear what he has to say. And not happy at all. They changed the call.
They wanted Moss with a couple of men aboard, his power hitter, to get another shot at swinging the bat. Bring the entire staff in. Jeff Kellogg is the crew chief. Then they're bringing in Pat Hoberg. So now they're going to have a huddle. Top of the 12th, the Indians 3 runs on 2 hits, left 2, sent 8 men to the plate. Leone walked in the go-ahead run, then a 2-run single by David Murphy.
I can't imagine what they're discussing right now. They've already had the conversation.
That's what I thought.
And unless we missed something that Terry saw, he was pretty adamant about it. And I think he was more upset that they changed the call. But
it'd be a first, and I've seen teams, come off the field. And curious to see if they do, and that Terry's hot. And this is, well, you saw in that one replay when the ball was, after initial contact, the ball went foul. So then it comes back fair. He fielded it, touched the bag, 3rd out.
Well, and they reversed the call that they had made, so I would assume that they've already had this discussion and it's over with. So now we're going, oh boy, now they're going over to Lloyd.
Here we go. And not reviewable here. Jeff Kellogg going down into the dugout, talk to Lloyd. Oh, man. Wow, he's going downstairs looking at the video.
No, he's getting on the phone.
Oh, all right, he's going to explain the official score, I guess.
Well, Curtis in my ear said, I've never seen this before. I'll tell you what, I haven't either.
There's a whole pack of this.
Wow.
Game's under protest. All right, we're going to play ball.
I have been in a few of those games under protest.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change. I can tell you that.
Oh, how about a big comeback here, bottom 12?
Well, in the meantime, Austin Adams went out and got loose as you normally would, and he's just been standing around waiting for them to figure out what's going on. Luciano going to lead things off and get back to the top of the lineup in Jackson and Smith. 98 miles an hour.
Ruggiano entered the game in left field. Came in after. Here's a long fly ball deep into the corner. No play for David Murphy. JR's behind 0-2. Took over for Dustin Ackley. Oh, 2. Off his hands.
Austin Adams is throwing hard, 99 miles an hour.
See why this Central Division has a chance to be an incredible race all year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talking to Brad Mills. They've worked together a lot of years. 3-2. Sixth reliever, Austin Jackson awaits his chance. 3-2. That is a foul ball. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief at third.
Clearly foul.
Two pitch. Struck him out. Good heat at 98. One away. Run down in inning number 12. Top of the order, Austin Jackson. Three-run lead, doing what he's supposed to do, throw strikes. Foul back on 2. Pie. Ball 2 strikes. Six-3 ball game. Bottom 12. 1-2 to Jackson. 2-2. Seth Smith on deck for the Mariners. Ball right center field for Murphy. 2 away. Last hope here for the Mariners. Down by 3, bottom 12. Seth Smith.
Seth with a double his last time up, and when he hit it, we thought maybe it was going to be a game winner in the 10th inning. Murphy, the right fielder, jumping up. Ended up knocking the ball down. That's the reason why it was a double, but like Seth maybe was going to end the ball game at that point. It didn't happen.
1-1. Yankees in town tomorrow. They should be here in the next couple of hours. Michael Pineda against Felix Hernandez tomorrow evening. Kings Court will be rocking. On 1 to count. Into the shift. Kipnis throws to Moss, and that'll do it in a try. Takes 3 out of 4 here in Seattle. Final score 6-3. They do it in front of a crowd of 32,112. Mariners held them off, but couldn't hold them off at the very end.
Well, it was a good job by Jay Happ today. Left with the lead. The bullpen was outstanding. When I